Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Conversations for the Future. I see our old friends logging on one by one, and there are some new faces as well for our theme this month, Space Money! We'll spend the next 2 days in discussions about economics and investing in the space sector, with a few special segments thrown in for good measure. Foundation for the Future puts on this event each month, and I want to take a moment to celebrate that this is our 12th event. That's a full year of conversations about space infrastructure development, including launch, logistics, legislation, life, and manufacturing. I want to thank our generous sponsors, first and foremost, Terry Trevino, who has steadfastly supported our special segment, What's Going On with Laura Forczyk, almost since it was first introduced. We've also been supported by sponsorships from the Space Force Association, the International Space Elevator Consortium, Otter Public Relations, and Thunderbird School of Management's Executive Master of Global Management in Space Leadership, Business, and Policy. We thank these organizations for their partnership and generosity, and we look forward to bringing more sponsors into the fold. I also want to give a shout out to our friends in the audience who choose to pay the optional $30 registration donation, and those who are active in the chat throughout the day, adding expertise, curiosity, and enthusiasm to our conversations. Thank you all for an amazing first year. Now I want to bring in the Foundation's Executive Director, Tim Chrisman. He's a former CIA and Army intelligence officer who supported the National Space Council and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds master's degrees from American University in Intelligence Studies and International Relations and Affairs, and he is the author of the book Humanity in Space. He speaks and writes articles about space infrastructure development and the expansion of our civilization to space. Tim's next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and ultimately routine enough to be boring. Tim, take it on.
Thanks, Lee. Yeah, and I wanted to echo what you were talking about with the sponsorships and the sort of 12-month mark. I think our statistics from just 11 events, we were pushing 2,500 sort of in the room attendees and over 72,000 virtual attendees.
And those are unique attendees.
Right.
So our repeat customers are not counted twice, even though they tend to come back month after month after month.
Right. No, I tried. I hit refresh a bunch of times and it didn't add to the numbers. So I did my best to pad the stats. But turns out Leo is good at this and can keep track of that. So no, that's exciting. And the work that you and Michael have done in creating this series that, in just a year, we are, pushing the better part of 100,000 people is absolutely incredible and something that, you two can be very proud of. Yeah, I'm excited to be here talking about money in space because that is one of the key pillars of the foundation. You'll hear from a variety of experts ranging from professors at Harvard through venture capital leaders over the next couple days, talking about the full cycle of money in space and what exists and what doesn't. And we at the foundation are here to help not only educate policymakers and the public about what exists, but to help drive innovation around what doesn't, to help figure out how can we advance the space economy using tools and processes and financial instruments that may exist on the ground, but that don't exist for space. And so I'm excited to be talking about one of those tools that we launched just a little over a month ago. which is the Association for the Future. And this is a trade association for space finance firms. I'm going to talk a little more about it, but in short, this is something that almost every sector in the economy has an organization to represent them at the national level, and that where its members can band together and are stronger together because their voice can be heard, whether it's in DC or in the general public. And out of our work on financial development for the space economy, it only seemed natural that we start creating this organization that can be the voice for this entire sector that represents the better part of $10 billion of new investment just this year. So I'm going to talk a little more about this association, what it is, what it's doing, where it's going. But for longtime watchers of the foundation, this is and will remain a division of the foundation. It's not meant, at least for the foreseeable future, to be its own entity. Ultimately, we at the foundation want to create a vertically integrated nonprofit organization that can run the full gamut from thought leadership and education through political action, using a variety of different tools and organizations like this association. So without further ado, or stalling, whichever you think I might be doing, let's jump in to this. So when we're talking about space finance in particular, there's often the sentiment that, oh, there's lots of money. We hear about new investments every day, often large, 100 million here, several hundred million there. Then it is true. The space economy is growing at an exponential rate, and we are seeing more and more sources of capital flowing in to the community. However, what is missing is there is no sort of entity or entities who are working on long-term infrastructure development for space. And to put this in context, that would be like in the internet sector, telecommunications, those new organizations laying new fiber lines, or in this case, Starlink. Those don't really exist in space, or don't really have the financing to exist if the small businesses and ideas are there. And there's not a collective sense, whether it's public or private, of what we can do to sustain the growth of this industry. The general sentiment seems to be, we've reached a tipping point, it's just going to keep going. That's been said multiple times in the space sector in particular. And space does represent a unique domain that is hard, if for no other reason, because it's capital intensive. And so when we look out and see that there are relatively few types of financing options available to startups all the way through the major players, that creates a picture where this exponential growth, this expansion, may be more fragile than it appears. And so what we're looking to do is we're looking to bring the power of an industry association to bear that can help ease access to new forms of capital, and do that through a robust public policy development and discussion. Because for as much as the public thinks there is a lot of new money going into space, or it's a billionaire space race, Congress thinks that all the more. And so any discussion or thought about new ways of financing space often revert immediately to talking about NASA or DoD contracts, rather than looking further afield at how loan guarantees or direct financing from the government or other mechanisms that are used throughout industries ranging from housing to manufacturing, how those might be deployed in space to help sustain the momentum that we have. And so not only do we need that new policy work done and advocated for, but there needs to be an awareness that space finance as a specific sector is different and unique. One thing earlier this year, the SEC rule around crowdfunding was looking to revert to a limit of about $5 million, revert to $5 million is the cap that you could raise in crowdfunding. This makes sense in many settings, because if you're crowdfunding for a card game and you raise $100 million, is that any better or worse than raising $5 million and just selling the extra after you've raised the money? For the card company, it doesn't matter, and it protects investors to have some sort of cap that's reasonable. But in space, with $5 million, you can't get off the ground in many cases. And so some of the work we did through the foundation was helping some of our partners and allies advocate that the $5 million limit was not feasible and that it needed to stay at 50. That ended up being successful. And so with the association and this voice of industry behind us, things like that are places where the association can intervene and ensure that there is that education available about how space finance is different. And the third way that we see the association being a unique and powerful solution to this problem of lack of diversity in finance for space is that there really lacks a connection between space and a lot of other industries, but Wall Street in particular. I went to SALT, a big financial services conference back in September, and the only people I think of as being the most interesting people in a room at a giant finance conference are people like Paris Hilton, who is one of the speakers, or Michio Kaku, the physicist, again, one of the speakers. But whenever I started talking about space finance and the work that the foundation was doing and other VCs were doing in space, that everybody was interested. And whether it was executives at JP Morgan Private Bank, all the way through small fintech companies, everybody wanted to know, how could they get involved in space? How could they get to play? And just like the vast majority of America who doesn't think space is for them, these Wall Street execs with billions of dollars of assets under management didn't know. And because of that, don't know that they can invest and play a role in making this future space economy real. And so the association can help fill that gap by connecting with other industry associations, other Wall Street organizations that have the ability to rally large amounts of members and help educate them on what exists and where it's going. I mentioned earlier that there doesn't seem to be a easily recognizable plan for how we as a country can sustain the growth of the space economy going forward. And there does seem to be this situation where we all do have the best of intentions, but are waiting for others to take action outside of our narrow silos. And this works in many, and has worked over the years, because those silos were close enough, and there wasn't necessarily a need for big cross-cutting work, and equity financing was enough. But when we come in with this new trade association, one of the things that we want to help do is connect those silos, whether it's through economic analyses, similar to what NASA did several years back, talking about the impact state by state. We at the foundation recently did economic analysis of the space economy through 2050, and then also looked at if some of the policies that we have developed and are pushing were enacted, what would that impact be on a state by state level? What types of new financing might be needed? You'll hear later today about some of these, whether it's debt financing, blended finance, other mechanisms. These are things that don't exist in space, but it's shocking to most people to realize that they're not. SpaceX is on Series M or N. It continues to sell equity to raise money, despite the fact that it has revenue producing assets that in any other sector could be leveraged for a debt. They could get a loan on them, and that would be it. But because space is viewed as this crazy wild west, companies that offer loans don't have a model of how to securitize this debt. And so one of the purposes and one of the benefits that the trade association would bring is helping develop some of those models, at least academically, that can then be used as stepping stones for large institutions. Events like this, where thought leaders from around the finance community can come and talk about what works, what doesn't, and share their insights and knowledge, and help their, in some cases, competitors, in some cases, partners, work better and learn more. Because ultimately, while in an allocation for a seed or series round, there may be benefits to competition. Ultimately, many of these venture capital organizations benefit more when they're able to collaborate rather than compete. But the association also has the opportunity to connect policymakers to these organizations in ways that don't exist now. It may be awkward for the head of a venture capital fund to bring in an SEC official or to talk with a congressional chief of staff. But through the Association for the Future, we're able to hold events like that, bring those voices together so that both government and the private sector can hear each other and understand more about what is happening and why. And we see the association, as I mentioned earlier, being able to tie in with schools, business schools, schools doing research into space finance. You'll hear from Matt from Harvard here, I think next. But also connecting with organizations that are doing research adjacent to space that may have applicability, whether that's crypto, whether that's new bond mechanisms that are being deployed, or even just policy development around broader infrastructure ideas that can apply to space finance. We at the association are linking up with them and trying to bring those, the best of those, back in. Earlier this year, I was asked, cool, Foundation for the Future is a space nonprofit, those are all over the place. What makes you different? So rather than wait several months into the life of a new organization to outline what makes the Association for the Future different, defining it up front. The two are a laser-like focus on increasing access to and the flow of capital in the space economy and automated decision-making. So many industry associations over their life grow and expand to the point where they take on advocacy on a huge range of issues, requiring committees to be developed to form policies and figure out anytime something new is broached, do they support it, do they not? And that creates a system where consensus is almost required in order for the association to ensure that its members' voices are heard and that the process of actually determining the interests of its members is followed through. Because we have this narrow focus, we're able to do something that the finance community likes doing and automate the decision-making around policies we support or oppose, and can do this in real time. Once a year, the association has its meeting with its members to determine what are those issues that they feel are important to them. Those are then turned into sets of questions, binary questions, that can be applied to any new policy related to space finance. And if that new policy that's announced goes against one of the priorities, the association opposes it. If it is in support of it, the association supports it. Otherwise, no position taken. And so this allows the association not only to continue to give its members a voice, but do that at a far more rapid pace than any other association that we've been able to find, because we don't need to wait for member buy-off. It's been pre-positioned. So that in a nutshell is what makes the association different and unique. When we're looking at what the association will be doing and is doing, so you're here at Conversations for the Future, because the association remains a part of the foundation. It will continue to participate in foundation branded events like Conversations for the Future, Infrastructure from the Future, Podcasts for the Future. As you can see, if you're new here, we have a very much on brand thing with For the Future. So it's pretty nice. When we get to Q, it's going to be awkward because I'm not really sure what we're going to put in there. But so those are the vehicles that'll be used for public education, that key pillar of the association. The center there, you see this capital formation pillar. This is where the association is looking to advocate for new forms of capital, new ways of generating and sustaining access to capital in the space community. The Space Corporation Act of 2021 is one of those that we're working with the House and Senate to get introduced. Loan guarantees and debt financing are two more. You'll hear more about those as options over the next couple days as from different speakers who have studied that or have an interest in that. And then on the research side, a lot of the effort there is looking at what types of financial tools that exist can be applied to space. What are those regulatory regimes that other sectors have that would be useful to spur innovation and growth and capital for space? This, in many cases, doesn't need to be earth-shatteringly new, because space is just as real and tangible as investments in ground, air, and sea. And so things that work and have a parallel in space might as well be co-opted and used. And then, as I mentioned, the economic analysis piece, because if there's one thing that politicians respond to, It is an understanding that something benefits their constituents and brings jobs or investment to their community. And that is something that has been hard to quantify. You'll hear from Tina from the Bureau of Economic Analysis later about their work in quantifying the size of the space economy. And their work has been instrumental in ensuring that the statistics and data needed to conduct granular analyses on different facets of the space economy is there. And as they continue to refine their data, then we will be better able to provide even better analyses to states, cities, and communities. So that was cool. You just heard me talking for 23 and a half minutes. How can you get involved? Well, first off, if you represent a venture capital, a financial services, or other organization that is interested in or part of the financial community, we're looking for you as members. We can talk later about the types of memberships and the offerings, but ultimately we need more voices. We need more of us to band together. Right now, our membership includes 6 of the 7 major VCs that have been investing in space finance, or investing in space rather, for the better part of the last 20 years. And so with that core group, now we're expanding outward to those other organizations that provide services that maybe aren't solely focused on space, but have that as part of their portfolio. And if anything, organizations whose space isn't a priority, but is part of the portfolio, may benefit even more, because we are able to take on the role of advocating and developing a lot of the policy and education pieces that might otherwise come with added focus. For the individuals, for regular foundation attendees, we continue to deploy Pathfinder advocates around the country to meet with, talk with, and otherwise advance the message that space finance is a unique and different sector, that we need more access to capital in this sector, and that government regulations need to be created in consultation with space finance firms, because otherwise we risk dampening the growth of a rapidly approaching $1 trillion+ economy. The final category there, as we are a nonprofit, we do still rely on donations, be they personal or corporate, to broaden our financial base, to ensure that we're able to continue to do research that's available to the public, instead of just proprietary papers that end up in the back room somewhere and are not of any use when we're talking with Congress or educating the public. So those are the 3 categories of how you can get involved and help. And here's who you can talk to. I happen to be right here too. But you can reach me, Tim, at spacefinance.org. There's my cell, although probably text me first rather than just calling. So there we go.
Thank you, Tim. We do have a question in the chat from Bruce, who's already shared some great documents with us from his work. He says, would the trade association adopt and enforce a code of conduct to grow trust in member actions and respect for each other's IP?
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of the pieces that's been a discussion point for the early members, because for the most part, they have all been working together for decades. And so whether formally or informally, they have a code of conduct of how they're going to operate, how they're going to run. But as this sector expands, relying on ad hoc things like that is not feasible. And so that is definitely something that we are trying to figure out how to structure and what needs to go into it, and who then we want to sign on. Is it just members? Is there a broader ecosystem that we can put this out to seek a wider adoption?
Great. Also, Frank asked, this is not for you, I will answer this one. Frank asked, will we be provided copies of the presentations? We do load these videos onto our YouTube channel, Foundation for the Future. So you should be able to find those, and we can post a link to that page. Thanks again, Tim, and excited to get started with our lineup for today. Our next speaker is Professor Matt Weinzierl. He is from Harvard Business School and teaches about and researches about the commercialization of the space sector. His research focuses on the optimal design of economic policy, in particular, taxation. Recently, he's launched a set of research projects focused on the commercialization of the space sector and its economic implications. Matt, welcome, and the screen is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Lee, and thanks, Tim, for that very nice introduction. And I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. I'm also really honored to be kicking it off. I saw a lot of friendly faces, or actually, I didn't see very many friendly faces. I saw friendly names on the Zoom screen when I joined. It's good to see many of you or be here with many of you. And I want to just first, since I'm the first speaker, thank Tim and Lee for the leadership that they've shown in putting this together. I think all of us are trying to contribute our piece to this puzzle. And it's really great what you're doing, and thank you for all your work. I also, since I won't have a chance otherwise, want to echo Tim's thanks to Tina Highfill in particular. As an economist, it's especially meaningful to me to see the BEA get serious about measuring the space economy. So thank you, Tina, for your work, and I'm looking forward to trying to set the stage for your talk. Okay, so I actually, to the previous question shared in the chat, I don't have any slides. So I won't be able to share them with you because I have a blackboard behind me, and I figured I would just use that so you guys aren't staring at my slides the whole time. Stepping back a second, Lee mentioned this in my brief bio. I'm an economist. Actually, most of my research has been on tax policy and economic policy more broadly. I only came to space, probably like some of you on this call, several years ago as I started getting excited about what was happening. Though I will say that my dad raised me on a steady diet of Star Trek: The Next Generation, which informed part of that interest. And what am I doing here today? How can I be helpful? Well, my goal today and in general with what I'm doing in space is to try to bring the lens that economists bring to the world to the space sector. So how does an economist see what's happening, see what might happen, and try to structure some of the complexity in a way that can help us understand it a little bit better? That's what I'm going to try to share with you today. It won't be great stock tips or necessarily something you can take action on this afternoon, but I hope that you'll find the ideas that I'm sharing somewhat helpful in the way you think about the sector. And like Tim briefly just said, I'm not promising earth-shattering new ideas. These will be ideas that have proven their worth in terrestrial economics, but that I think might also help us when we think about where we're headed. So let me get started with the actual content. Okay, so I'm basically going to talk about three big ideas that economists like to talk about today. And the first, we're going to start at the very beginning. We're going to talk about supply and demand. Okay, so if you've taken any economics, you've heard about supply and demand. I want to talk about it in the context of space and what we've seen. So I'm going to draw a very simple supply and demand diagram here. We're going to put quantity on the horizontal axis, and we're going to put price on the vertical axis. If you've seen this before, it'll be a great refresher. If you haven't, you're getting Econ 101 in 30 minutes. So you could imagine this being the market for anything: peanut butter, banking services. Today, it's economic activity in space. Okay, so how much of it's happening and what's the price? Think pretty abstract here. And we always draw two lines. So we draw a demand curve and we draw a supply curve. Okay, now it's actually really important to understand what these curves are for what we're going to do today. What is the supply curve telling you? It's telling you at any given price, how much are people in this market willing to supply, willing to produce and sell? And what that's really reflecting is their costs. Right, so if I can sell at a certain price, I'm only going to do that if my costs are below that price. The demand curve is saying for any given price, how much are people in this market willing to buy? And so on the flip side, that's really telling you about benefit. I'm willing to pay a price if the benefit of having that activity in space for me is higher than the price. Okay, so this is really a cost benefit thing. when these meet, right, at this point, we'll just call that Q, not only does supply equal demand, so the market clears, but more importantly, this is the point at which the benefit equals exactly the cost, and all the units that we've sold were where benefit was higher than the cost. So the reason economists love this so much is because it tells us that we've maximized our net benefit we can get from a market for peanut butter or for space activities. Okay, first step. Now, what have we seen? How is this helpful to us? So what have we seen over the last, say, 15, 20 years in the space sector? I'd like to suggest we've seen a couple of things. First, we've seen this curve, this supply curve, move out to what we might think of as, let's call it S1. Okay, what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is that, remember, this reflects costs, that the costs of supplying economic activity in space, whether through launch or through satellites, has fallen pretty substantially over the last 15 to 20 years. Right, so if you give me a certain price that you can sell at in the marketplace, more and more providers are willing to provide more to the market. So we've seen a shift out in the supply curve. As that happens, right, the price falls, more and more people will demand space activity. So you see more activity in space. But we've also benefited from something else that's happened, which is this demand curve has shifted out to something we might call D1, largely for non-space reasons. So we've seen miniaturization of electronics, rise of the internet and big data, right, creating lots of demand for data from space. So people are benefiting more from the kinds of activities we can do in space. They're willing to pay more. And so lo and behold, you see both of these curves shift out. The intersection moves from, maybe I'll call that Q0 to something I'll call Q1. So we might think of this as what's happened from, say, roughly 2000 to 2020. Okay, I'll talk a little bit more about sort of why this happened, how we can understand how this happened. But fundamentally, we've seen a pretty substantial expansion in the sorts of things and the scale of things that we could do in space. Okay, but the second thing I want to mention is that as great as this is, and I would guess that a lot of us are here because of this, what Tim was referring to in his first half hour, and what I would guess a lot of us are here for in some deeper level, and really what the space program has been here for from the beginning, is not to be at Q1, but to be somewhere like way over here. Okay, so I'm going to call this Q star, S star, and D star. You might even be off no, okay, I'm right on the edge of my screen. If my board were bigger, I would be way over there, right? We want to be in a completely different scale in terms of what's happening in the space economy. Okay, so I have two questions that I want to use this to help us ask. One is, how exactly did we make this transition? What was it that pushed us to this new place? After years of essentially not pushing very far towards the right. And then how do we bridge what is a pretty big gap here? Is it just continued marching along to the right, or is there something qualitatively that needs to shift, and how do we understand how to make that shift? Okay, so let me start with that first question. How do I want to understand this last couple decades a little bit better? And here I want to introduce my second idea, which I'm going to call market efficiency. So many of you might have heard of Adam Smith, Invisible Hand. The economists in the room might vaguely remember this idea called the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics. It's a very highfalutin way of talking about it. But the basic idea is that the market has some really remarkable features to it that can drive efficiency. And I just want to talk about the two that are really important. And in some ways, not in some ways, in all ways, they're in fact buried inside this very simple diagram. And I think they help us understand how to move forward. So the first thing that I want to emphasize is how we think about information in an economy. Okay. So if you think about what's actually inside this simple little graph, this supply curve, as I told you, it contains within it the cost that every supplier and potential supplier of this economic activity in space has for producing the activity that might be demanded. The demand curve has within it the benefit that every purchaser and even potential purchaser of this activity has for it. And miraculously, the market embeds in this little number a price that everybody can understand, right? Everybody can understand prices and compare their costs and benefits to it. The market embeds all of that information in a price and gets us to the point where the market clears and we've maximized net benefit over cost. It's totally remarkable. It's amazing. It's why economists get excited about economics, really, for most of us to start. because this information aggregation is essentially impossible to do in a centralized way. Imagine, if we decided to turn the peanut butter market over to a single authority rather than to the marketplace, right? At first, that might work pretty well. We kind of know how much we should produce. We kind of know who wants to buy it. But of course, over time, we would have no idea how much peanut butter people wanted to buy. Things would change, tastes would change, technologies would change. We would lose the ability to aggregate that information and reach that efficient point. That's the first thing. The second thing that the market provides is incentives. In particular, incentives for efficient production. So, if you want to play in this market, your costs have to be low enough that you can actually sell at the market clearing price. And if you want to expand the market, the only real way to do it on the supply side is to push your costs down, or to innovate a new product where the implicit cost before was infinity, and now you've created something people can actually buy at a reasonable price. So the market, by having competition, drives these incentives for innovation and for efficiency. Okay, so how does just those simple ideas, which again, this is not rocket science, sorry for the pun, not brand new, but really fundamental ideas in economics. How does that help us understand what's going on here? Well, think about what changed around about 2000. So before 2000, we had a space sector which was fundamentally driven from the center. Okay, and not for bad reason. We'll talk about why you might think that was important in a second. But if you think about the founding of the space program, its primary goals were things like national security, national pride, maybe basic science, stuff that the market is actually pretty bad at managing. National security is a classic example of what economists call public goods, which you can't even sell in markets because I don't have to pay for it. I can still benefit from it as long as someone else is paying for it. So it's non-marketable. So we had a space sector that was driven from the center rather than through the market. And so over time, again, that worked really well in the 60s, right? Over time, though, it lost its ability to gather the information about costs and benefits and to drive incentives for cost reductions and innovation. And we were stuck. We were a bit stagnant, I guess you'd say, right? And I don't mean to besmirch the amazing achievements of the space program, but I think many of us are here because of a sense that a little bit of that forward momentum was lost. Around about 2000, 2005, whether it's the COTS program or the affiliated things that were driving what was often called new space or startup space or commercial space or whatever we want to call it, you started seeing these forces being welcomed back into the mix, right? And in fact, given a lot of room to run in terms of the market pushing the competition, pushing incentives, and aggregating more information. And we started seeing the costs come down and the curve shift out. Okay, along with the demand curve shift, which we might argue was just lucky, that basically space became more valuable for other reasons. And so we saw this big shift. Okay, so that's the first step. That's this, how does an economist think about what we've seen over the last 20 years? Now, that second question I asked was, how do we get to the next level, right? How do we shift all the way to the right? And here I want to actually, in some ways, maybe surprisingly, talk about the other side of this, which economists call market failures. Okay, and I think this actually gets a little bit at what Tim was just talking about, which is ways in which the market has some trouble, in his words, sort of solving the finance problem for space, right? How do we perhaps help the market along a little bit? So we know that the market brings us a lot of benefits, but markets aren't perfect, right? So I hinted at one already, the public goods problem. So there are some things that markets just don't know how to sell, like national security. We're always going to have the military in space, okay? But there's other things, and in particular, let me highlight a classic category of these, which are externalities. So the one that, when I say that word, if you've heard it before, the one that probably immediately comes to your mind is something like orbital debris, right? So everyone in space, most space conferences have a session on the Kessler syndrome type concerns. And you could imagine that if we don't find some way to contain those, we're not going to get to this promised land of Q star. We're going to get stopped somewhere in between. Now, we have ways to think about how to coordinate around what might be thought of as a tragedy of the commons. Sometimes you just rely on the market to do that. Sometimes you get the government involved. We'll see how we try to sort that out. So that's important. But what I want to focus on today is that's what's called a negative externality, in the sense that when I put up my satellite, I don't bear the external cost that it has on you and your satellite from debris risk. I want to talk about a positive externality. So these can be either negative or positive. And one positive externality that we might talk about are complementarities. Okay, so this gets at a chicken and the egg problem that I think we've all wrestled with in the space sector. A problem of where does demand come from going forward in space? Is there actually a need for the product I might be able to produce? Right? In other words, how do I get from D1 to D star? How do we get to that next level? And that's because in space, a lot of business models depend on other people's business models working. Once they would work, yours would work, and vice versa. But as a standalone, it's tough. And so how do we think about that a little more rigorously as an economist? And here I want to introduce a different chart. Actually, this will be a little bit of a box. So this is going to be a little bit of basic game theory. If you've seen A Beautiful Mind, John Nash, right? That's the realm we're working in here. This is going to be a game called the Stag Hunt, which I think must have been invented in England because they call deer stags, I think. So here's the game. Okay, we have two players, player A and player B, and they each get to make a decision. They each have to hunt an animal. They can hunt a hare or a stag. And so these are the strategies each of them can adopt. And in this box, I'm going to tell you what their payoffs are depending on the strategies they choose. The first number is going to be the payoff to player A. The second number is going to be the payoff to player B. So there's going to be two numbers in each of these boxes. Okay, here's the structure of the stag hunt game. Bear with me for a minute. I think this will be a useful little tool for the rest of your life, hopefully. It always has been for me. Okay, so player A, if player A goes out and hunts a hare, the great thing about hunting hares or rabbits is that you can kill one. Sorry, it's just not a very animal welfare friendly game, but okay. It's all fictional. So if you go hunt a rabbit, you can do it yourself. You can always get a hare. So A will always get one if it hunts the hare. Same thing for B. B can hunt a hare successfully by itself. If A tries to hunt a deer or a stag by himself, the problem is he can't do it. So if B hunts the rabbit and A goes out to hunt the stag, A ends up with 0. Comes home empty-handed. Same thing for B. If it hunts the stag by itself, A goes after the hare, B ends up with 0. Okay. Now, if both of them hunt the stag, great. Then they can do it. And in fact, the payoff is really big. Okay, 4 and 4. That's the basic structure. So now what economists like to do is they like to think about what's the equilibrium of this game. You got these two hunters. What are they going to decide to do? So think about being player A and imagine, okay, you're thinking, what's player B going to do? Let's say player B, I think, is going to hunt the hare. What should I do? I can either get 1 or I can get 0. So obviously, I'm going to hunt the hare as well. Now, if I'm as player A thinks that player B is going to hunt the stag, I can either get 1 or I can get 4. Okay. So I go after the stag and we coordinate. Player B faces the same decisions, right? If A hunts the hare, player B goes after the hare. If A hunts the stag, it makes more sense to go after the stag. Okay, so what do you see in the stag hunt? There are two equilibria. So if you've ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma game, it only has one equilibrium and it's a bad one. The prisoners are caught in a dilemma where they each cheat on each other. This is a different game. This is a game that has two equilibria. One is okay and one is great. Another way to think about that might be one of them gets us marching along a little bit. The other one pushes us out to Q star. Okay. What this game is often used to think about are tipping points, right? So if you're at the hare equilibrium, everything's good, but nobody really wants to take the risk to hunt the deer, right? If we're here and I'm player A and I think, well, maybe I'll take a risk and go out and hunt the deer on my own, most likely I'm going to end up here and get 0. So risk taking is really tricky. If we could get both of them to take the risk at the same time, we could end up in the better spot. How do we make that happen? How do we get over the tipping point? Okay, now you might think we don't need the market to fix this. We don't need the government to fix this problem. You might think the market could handle this on their own. And sometimes it does. Sometimes that creates its own problems. So if you were trying to think as a smart business person, what would you think about this? You think, well, A and B should merge, right? If that were the same company, they'd fix this problem themselves. And so space lends itself, as I think many of us understand, to lots of consolidation, vertically or horizontally integrated firms. You can get there, and that can help, right? Of course, we also know that market power monopolies have their own problems, their own costs, right? Sometimes they end up limiting innovation and competition or efficiency as well. Another way that the market tries to solve this, which Tim was alluding to, is finance, right? So you might say a venture capitalist can fix this problem. A venture capitalist can say, look, I'm going to take a big cut once we actually go out and get that stag. And in the meantime, so maybe in the end, these guys won't get 4-4, they'll get 3-3. The venture capitalists will take the extra one and they'll send some of that to these points, making this 2 and 2, namely incentivizing risk taking. Right? So basically saying, let me subsidize you taking that big risk to go hunt the deer. If you fail, it's okay. Still get 2. That's better. But if I can do it to both of you, we'll end up over here. We can end up in a better spot. But of course, many of you have spent a lot of time with space finance. It's tough, actually, for VCs to have the horizon, to have the patience to make some of these connections that we want to make. And so, to me, what that suggests is that getting the public sector involved in some of the ways that Tim has mentioned and in others to help complete this game, to help stitch these complementarities together or internalize these complementarities can be a really important way to get out to Q-Star. Okay, and that means NASA or the government retaining some of its role as a key customer, maybe an anchor tenant, at least a customer that reduces some of the risk, some of the costs of risk taking for young space companies. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention, and then I'll stop because I see we're getting pretty close, is what is the stag? So what, this is a nice abstract framework, but we're not hunting stags in space. We're doing lots of other things. What do I mean by getting out to Q-Star? And here's where I want to make what I think is likely to be the least successful claim of my 25 minutes and the most controversial, which is that I think it's about people in space. So when I think about what an economy really would look like out at Q-Star, I don't think of space as just a series of mines or automated industrial factories. I think of it as an actual economy. And what is an economy? It's people transacting with each other. It's people serving each other's demands with their supplies. And so to me, the real tipping point, the real stag is people in space. And in fact, in some ways, if you read some historians of NASA, deep down, the driving mission of NASA itself has always been to keep people in space. The ISS, its greatest achievement, right, is a continuous human presence in space. So I think that deep down, a lot of us feel that that really is the key to moving out to that point is people. And so more people, more often for more time in space is sort of a tagline that I think of as how we might think of making that transition. And what excites me so much is it feels like the last 2 years have been a sign that we might be moving in that direction. So whether it's the SpaceX flight in 2020, whether it's our tourism flights this last summer, we are finally seeing multiple companies putting people up on private craft for private reasons, right? So not for reasons of the state or of the government, but for their own demand, for their own benefit, right? And as we get more of that activity, as we get more people demanding more things up in space, then the innovation incentives will kick in and we'll develop more and more supply of more and more space activities, potentially pushing us out to Q-Star. So that's, as an economist, how I see the hopeful side of this evolution and how we might want to stitch together some of the pieces. I hope you find it interesting and productive. I'm happy to take any questions up until 11. And so Lee, I'll turn it back to you.
Wonderful use of the blackboard, Matt. Thank you
Thanks.
so much for being here and so on point. I read in your AEI interview that same argument that it's about people in space, humans interacting with each other.
Yeah.
And you said that that would be a controversial statement here. And I love that you just threw that in there. I know it's a focus for Foundation for the Future, the vision of which is space access for all. But I'm going to challenge you anyway, just for fun.
I'm ready.
So this pandemic has demonstrated that you can have an economy where people aren't there, right? Everybody stayed home and we still had an economy. There were changes, obviously. There are going to be far-reaching effects, perhaps failures like inflation and or negative externalities, to use your vocabulary, labor market crunch. Talk about what that means for your argument.
That's an interesting argument. So I guess a couple of observations. One is that just as a point of clarity, a lot of people actually could not be remote in a lot of the last year and a half. So I mean, there is some production that actually requires face-to-face interaction or service. So just as a point of clarification, I guess the broader point though is that nobody left Earth during COVID. So to the extent that the economy still has all the people transacting with each other here on Earth. And what we're talking about is, what is the space economy going to look like? I still think we need people up there. Now, a slight variation on the question, which I think it's a great question, because one argument might be, well, wait a minute, we import and export a lot across borders. Why isn't space just another place from which we import various goods? Okay, so that's totally reasonable, right? And in fact, I think where we're headed, if we don't make this big leap to people, is essentially that, right? We might make some fiber optic cable. Hopefully some great pharma app will come up there where we're making drugs in space. Maybe we'll start mining things in space to bring down, although the economics of that are tricky. Space could be that sort of source of some imports for Earth. But if what we really want is a thriving economy up there, I think you need the people demanding space services in space. That's the real trick, is that the demand curve comes from people. And as long as it's only people on Earth making the demands, I think we're going to see a limited development of the sector up there.
Great, thank you. I have so many questions, but I'm going to have to narrow them down. You are an expert on taxation and have some ideas about its role in this movement to Q star. Tell us about that.
The role of taxation in this movement. Oh, wow, that's so great. Here's what I would suggest. I don't think taxes are likely to spur economic activity as much as I love taxes. What taxes do is they fund the spending. So all too often we think of taxes without thinking about what they make possible. And in fact, of course, the government does a lot of things with tax revenue that are absolutely essential to economic growth and activity, whether it's the rule of law, the maintenance of peace and order, the enforcement of contracts, funding of basic R&D and other public goods. I mean, those are all wonderful things and really important. And I think, so I didn't have time to talk about this, but if you're interested in one way in which this might connect to space, which I suppose you are since you're here at this webinar, there's an idea out there in economics called secular stagnation. It's not as much of an issue right now because COVID is such a big deal. But before COVID hit, there was this concern that a lot of the rich countries on Earth, high-income countries, had been stagnating over time. Whether it's kind of started with Japan and Europe, maybe even the US, our growth rates were just sluggish. And the big concern, or the idea behind that, why that might be happening, is that A, we sort of lack a frontier. We used to have a frontier we were exploring. B, we haven't had any big capital intensive investments we've needed to make lately. So we don't have the railroads or cars or factories, things that in generations past soaked up a lot of the savings and put them towards highly productive, innovative sectors. And that until we find something like that, we might be stuck in this low interest rate, low growth environment. Well, space promises a frontier and capital intensive investment. Which can be funded from the public sector only through taxation. So that's how I would connect it to taxes at some deep level, is that we have an opportunity to make a generational investment in space as a society.
That's wonderful. As I learn about space and the activities that go on, I get more and more of an appreciation for the role of taxation. So thank you for that response, and thank you so much for being here. I can't wait to put you on the screen again next time. We'll have you back sometime in 2022. Really appreciate your insight, Matt. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks, everybody.
All right, our next speaker is Dr. Tina Highfill. She is a senior research economist at the Bureau of Economic Analysis, part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Tina leads research for high-profile and multifaceted economic analyses, including several that originated from the U.S. Congress. Dr. Highfill has authored numerous research articles in peer-reviewed publications and is recognized as a subject matter expert in economic measurement. Tina's work at BEA includes the recently launched Space Economy Satellite Account, which includes economic statistics that measure the relative importance of the space sector to the U.S. economy. That satellite account, no pun intended, right, Tina?
That's right. That's right.
Welcome. The screen is yours.
Great. Thank you, Lee. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So Matt gave a really interesting talk about microeconomics. Really, really great, Matt. Really interesting. So I'll be talking about macroeconomics. The U.S. space economy is a project that we embarked on at the Bureau of Economic Analysis a few years ago. And the main idea is at BEA, if you're not familiar, we produce official macroeconomic statistics for the United States. And so what we wanted to do with the space economy is to use the same methodologies and framework we use to measure the overall economy, but just specific to space. So I do have a few slides. I'm not as interesting as Matt. I can't just stand in front of a blackboard, maybe one day. But I'll start with an introduction. If you're not familiar, just a short introduction about the statistics we produce at BEA. Our headline statistic is GDP, or gross domestic product. This is an overall measure of the economy. So I have a chart here from a recent press release, and this shows quarterly change in growth for GDP and the major contributors. So we have private goods, services, and government. So this is typically how we think about the economy when we're measuring macroeconomic statistics. Another set of statistics that we produce at BEA, so we produce hundreds of statistics, GDP, I just mentioned, trade statistics. We also produce supply and use tables, or make and use tables. And this is the foundation for how we measure the overall economy, how we measure GDP. And so I have here a couple snippets from up top. It's the make table. This is sometimes called a make table or supply table. And this shows the industries that produce goods and services. So on the left-hand side, I have the four major industries that comprise the aerospace manufacturing within the United States. So there's aircraft, engine, parts, and then guided missile and space vehicle. Those are the four major industries that make up aerospace manufacturing in the United States. The columns show the goods and the goods that these industries make. So I have circled or squared in orange on the very right-hand side, guided missile and space vehicle manufacturing. And what this shows is that at the very bottom, the $14.957 billion, this is the amount of production. So this is, it's called gross output. It's typically revenue. It's revenue and inventories. So this is the value of all of the guided missile and space vehicle manufacturing produced in this specific year by that industry. What this also shows, if you look up top, the 873 million, this shows that the aircraft manufacturing industry also produces guided missiles and space vehicle manufacturing. So I wanted to show this to give you an idea of how we account for the goods and services that are produced in the economy. So we have industries that produce these goods and services. On the bottom is a use table. So we have a make table, who makes what, and then we have who uses these goods and services. So again, I've highlighted at the very bottom guided missile and space vehicle manufacturing, and then the columns show who uses these goods. So sometimes these goods are used as intermediate inputs, so they're used to make other goods. Sometimes they're used as investments, so this would be businesses buying equipment. And we export a lot of these goods, we import them, and the government uses them. So this is just a small snippet of to give you an idea of how we account for the production of goods and services in the United States. When we're talking about the US space economy, what we do is we go through the supply and use tables and we identify all of the goods and services that are specific to space. And so I have here on the left-hand side the definition of what is a space-related goods and service. So if you're interested in the methodology, we have a report on our website that goes into the details. We did a lot of research and outreach with data users and international and domestic space and statistical agencies as well to come up with these criteria that we use to help put a boundary around the space economy. So the three criteria we came up with to define a space good or service, or we call those commodities, is is a commodity that's used in space or directly support those used in space. So that's things like, of course, satellites and rockets, space vehicles, and also the ground support that go along with those goods. The second criteria is a good or service that require direct input from space to function or directly support those that do. And this is really specific language that gets to this question that came up a lot during the initial research for this project, which was, well, what about things like Uber or cars or ATMs? You know, they all have GPS transmitters in them. They couldn't work without them, and, you know, et cetera. And so for the purpose of this project, as I mentioned earlier, is at BEA, we measure the overall economy, and our job was to say, okay, of all the goods and services produced in the economy, what is specific to space? What is a space good? And so we knew that we didn't want to include all of Uber's revenue. We didn't want to include, you know, the entire value of a car, but we did want to include the value of the GPS transmitters, for example. So that's why we have this very specific wording. So this is, so within your cell phone, we include the value of the GPS transmitter, and same thing with your car. So the third criteria is a good and service that's associated with studying space. And so this gets to, of course, R&D, but it also gets to things like planetariums and also educational services. So for example, you know, college courses on astronautical engineering is also included in our space economy statistics. So that's just a kind of general overview so you can understand when I show you the, you know, the results of our study in a minute. This is what we're talking about. So this is direct production of goods and services. On the right-hand side, I have a table that shows the major industries in the space economy in orange, and then a brief description of the goods and services or commodities that they produce. So I won't go through all of this now, but as I mentioned, if you're interested in more details, we do have a report, and obviously I can answer questions either now or after this presentation. But I want to get into the results to kind of talk about space money and the space economy. So what this chart shows is the 2012 through 2018 gross output for the US space economy by major industry sector. And so 2012 through 2018, this is the most recent data that we had available. This was published in December. In a couple months, we're going to produce updated statistics that will include 2019. But what this shows is, and again, gross output is very similar to revenue. So what we see here is in terms of the biggest share of gross output, information is the biggest sector in the US space economy. And this is mostly direct-to-home satellite television. That's the bulk of the information sector in the space economy. So this is the largest sector. And but if you look at the last 2 years, 2017 and 2018, you can see that it's actually shrinking. And this corresponds with the well-publicized, well-known contraction in satellite TV subscribers and revenue that goes along with it. And because satellite TV is such a big part of the space economy, it's actually kind of dragging down the overall gross output for the years that we have in our study. The next biggest industry in the space economy is manufacturing. And this involves a lot of different components. So of course, satellite manufacturing, there's space vehicle manufacturing, there's also, you know, GPS equipment, space weapon systems. So there's a lot of different components to the manufacturing estimate here. And similar to information, you can see in the last couple of years that this number is declining. And this is a more interesting or nuanced scenario than what we see in information. So again, information shrinking because satellite TV, is declining. But within manufacturing, this goes to something that Matt said earlier. This has to do with prices and quantities. So when we're talking about revenue, when we're talking about output, that's a combination of both prices and quantities. Revenue is literally price times quantity. So when we're looking at manufacturing, we're seeing if the effect of quantities and prices. And so you may be thinking, well, I've heard a lot about, growth and space economy, and there's these small sats and, these new startups and things like that. But what we also know is that the prices are going down, the costs of manufacturing is going down. So we have reusable rockets now, we have 3D printing, that lowers the cost of production. When production costs lower, the price to consumers, the price to businesses also goes down. So even if we see quantity increasing, if those prices are declining, then we can see output declining. And this is, I noted that we're going to have an update later in the next couple of months. And as part of that update, we're going to produce inflation adjusted statistics, which means we're going to hold prices constant. So we're going to remove the effect of prices. And I can just tell you as a spoiler alert, we do see when we hold prices steady, we do see the quantity of manufactured goods increasing. And so another way to think about this is that this is like a productivity gain. We're seeing the costs going down within manufacturing. And so it's actually, once we have those statistics out, that'll turn from kind of a questioning, story of manufacturing is declining to this really interesting story of what we're seeing is this increase in productivity within manufacturing. So that's just to get you interested in our next release. But I wanted this, there is questions, you hear a lot about the space economy growing. And so I wanted to be clear about what these declines you're seeing really are showing. The third largest industry in the space economy is wholesale trade. And this is something you don't typically hear a lot about when you read about the space economy. But wholesale trade, which is just the distribution of goods, this is a big part of our overall economy. So if you think about, like say you want to buy a satellite to put on your RV, you might go to Best Buy, you might buy it from Amazon. Amazon or Best Buy, they're typically going to get their goods from a distributor. They're not going to go directly to the manufacturer most of the time. So there's this big component of the economy that just deals with distributing goods, and it's called wholesale trade. And this is a big part of the space economy because this reflects, as I mentioned earlier, the ubiquity of the GPS transmitters and the space-related antenna and things like that that are in so many of the goods that we use in our cars and cell phones. So wholesale trade is a big part of the US economy and a big and growing part of the space economy as well. The next largest industry is government. And this relates to government budgets. So just to be clear, government spending, like when the government pays SpaceX for, to launch a satellite, SpaceX is a private manufacturing company, so that money is going to show up in manufacturing. So this government number that we're seeing here, this is a government budget spent on production by government employees, so like NASA employees. Our data were before Space Force was, introduced formally, but of course there was a precursor to Space Force. That money is in here. Also, state and local governments. There's money related to state spaceports, like in New Mexico and in Florida. There's government, state government money being spent on space activity. So all of that is included in this government number here. And then we have professional business services, which is mostly R&D and engineering services. And then at the very bottom, we have this all other category. And this is small, but you can see it's growing. And this is, I think, what people typically, when they think about new space, I know that means different things to different people, but it's a small but growing part of the space economy. So this includes things like construction of spaceports, R&D in so mining and utilities. There's R&D going on related to, asteroid mining, solar power from space and things like that. So this is the overall takeaway from our report. We do have more detailed information online if you're interested. But this is the main takeaway. now I want to talk about growth. So this shows the growth from 2012 to 2018, and the top line chart shows the overall growth rate over time. And below we see contributions to growth. So again, we have these three main sectors in the space economy: information, manufacturing, and wholesale trade. Information is in dark blue, and we can see for the first part of the period, it was a strong contributor to growth. And then it peaked in about 2016 and started to decline and really drag down the overall US space economy. And I mentioned earlier that this is almost entirely due to the contraction in the subscribers for satellite TV. And this is really related to the fact that in the United States, a lot of the folks that have satellite TV or had it in the past were folks who were in rural communities and really didn't have any other option besides satellite television. And then what we saw in 2016, 2017 is that there was more accessibility to internet and streaming, and people were able to find and watch TV, watch videos in different ways. And so we see this contraction in information. In manufacturing, I talked about that earlier. We also see, for the most part, it's declining. But again, this really reflects the declines in prices, which is actually a good story. It implies really kind of amazing productivity growth in space-related goods manufacturing over this period. This level of productivity gains is not common in the United States in this short period of a time. So I think it's actually it's going to be one of the main highlights of our report that's coming out in a couple months. And then wholesale trade. Again, this is something that I don't think people think about a lot, but it is a part of a big part of the economy, and it's one of the strongest contributors to growth over the entire period for the U.S. space economy. So I have been talking about gross output for the most part. From my first chart, I showed that in 2018 it was about $178 billion. And again, this is just for the US space economy. $178 billion translates to about 0.5 percentage point of the overall US economy. And I know that may sound small, but it's actually, it's pretty significant. So if you think about the sectors in the economy, the way we traditionally think about industry sectors like mining or agriculture, agriculture is under 1% of the overall US economy for most years. Mining is about just over 1%. That's all of the oil and gas mining in the United States. So when you hear the 0.5 percentage point, it may sound small, but it's actually very significant. We also, so we produce gross output. We also have estimates for private employment and private compensation. So this is going to be the employees that make the goods and services that produce gross output. We don't have estimates for government employment and compensation just yet. That's something that is on our radar for future research. But for private employment, what we see is that over 356,000 jobs are supported by the US space economy. And again, these are employees directly related to producing space goods and services. And this translates to about $41 billion in compensation. If you divide compensation by employment, you get average compensation. And what we find is that average compensation in the space economy is very high relative to the overall US economy. It's well past 6 figures in terms of average compensation, which is a lot higher than the average compensation in the private sector for the overall US economy, which is about $65,000 a year. So really high paying jobs within the space economy. So what I'm showing here is the growth rate over the period. So I have the space economy in blue and then the US economy in orange, so you can have that comparison. So we already talked about the slow growth in gross output. A lot of that is due to the satellite TV contraction. And also in contraction in manufacturing, in overall output. And so you can see the space economy relative to the overall economy is growing relatively slower. But again, this is nominal terms, so this is not adjusted for inflation. It'll be interesting. We're still doing the review of our inflation adjusted statistics. It will be interesting to see, once we hold prices constant, once we're just looking at quantities, how the US space economy compares to the overall US economy. So this is my last slide. I wanted to talk a little bit about next steps and future research. So I mentioned a couple times, we're going to put out an update in a couple months. It's expected in January. And this will incorporate methodological improvements, nothing major, but this is, I mentioned the first time that we produced these statistics was last December. So these are considered research statistics. We've heard a lot from users on areas for improvement, and so we've incorporated certain methodological improvements that we'll describe in the report. We will be adding 2019. I know that it's a little disappointing that we don't have more current numbers, and I agree. I mean, because a lot's happened since 2018 and even in 2019. But the reality is that when we're talking about government statistics, we rely on data from the U.S. Census, from IRS, and it just takes time for that data to be available. So that is an obvious downside to these statistics. And we will have, as I said, inflation adjusted statistics as well coming out soon. There's been a lot of interest in this, in the space economy satellite account. And I didn't mention this earlier, but satellite account just means supplementary statistics. We have a lot of satellite accounts at BEA. This is our first satellite account that includes satellites. So we always, we always laugh about that. But satellite accounts is an economic accounting term. And there are international statistical agencies that also produce satellite accounts, and we are consulting with them as we speak. So we're working with the European Space Agency. Right after this, I'm doing a panel for the Brazilian Space Agency to talk about how they can come up with macroeconomic statistics similar to the ones we have in the US. The idea is to have, if you have similar frameworks, similar methodologies, you can do a one-to-one comparison between countries. So that's something we're working on now. I'm also working on, Alex McDonald, who is the chief economist at NASA, he and I wrote a paper that just got accepted to space policy that discusses these statistics. So the BEA statistics on the US space economy and, as Tim mentioned earlier, the NASA economic impact report. And the idea was to try and help data users understand what these economic statistics show. So I mentioned that the BEA statistics are, we use the same methodology that we use to measure the overall economy. So we're measuring direct impact, direct production of goods and services, but there are also economic impact reports like the NASA report that measure downstream impacts. So the NASA economic impact report has direct spending, direct NASA budget, but it also has information on downstream use. What is the effect of NASA employees, in different states? They're kind of spread out through all the different states. And so it gives a more comprehensive view of the impact of NASA spending. And so anyway, that paper should be released in the next few months, and hopefully that'll help clarify some of the different ways we think about measuring the space economy and economic impacts. And the last thing I'll note is that we are always interested to hear from our data users. If you read our report and you have suggestions, or if something's confusing, or if you want information, please reach out. I really like talking to our data users. It helps us make better statistics. So I really, encourage you to reach out, ask questions now or after. Please send me an email if you're interested. So I want to thank Lee for reaching out to me. She, we met in a panel a few months ago, and I just really appreciate the support from Lee and Tim and the foundation. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tina. It's great to have you back. And I really want to be selfish and ask my questions, but we have so many in the chat that I have to try to get through a few of those in the 4 minutes that we have left. NFTs, Inspiration 4, do those get filtered into this accounting, or is that too fine?
That's probably too fine. I think that I'd have to look into that a little bit more, because what we do is, like I mentioned, we have about 6,000 categories of goods and services within our supply use table, and we narrowed them down based on user input and past research. I don't recall that coming up, but that's something that I will look into. I don't know if that would really move the needle too much, but that's a great question. So thank you for that.
Same type of questions, which includes licensing, contact centers, non-space costs for movie, TV, sports, I assume streaming. How are you rolling all that sort of secondary product in?
Because we're measuring direct impact, that would be something that is typically outside of the scope. So, if you're talking about the resale of satellite telecommunications so that we can see, live sporting events or something like that, that is included in our account. But as you go further downstream, that would be something that's more akin to what I was talking about earlier with the NASA Economic Impact Report.
Yeah.
So there are some differences. So we're just doing kind of direct impact, and that's important, because if you want to get to the downstream effect, you have to know what the direct effect is first before you can go downstream. So that's just a little plug for what we did at BEA, but we don't measure the downstream impact in our statistics.
All right. Can you, when we're finished, can you post the paper with Alex McDonald in the chat? That would be really helpful. Are there examples of past high-tech sectors with such satellite BEA accounts? Asks Matt. Are there lessons from how those sectors' data evolved that would help us understand what we see in the space data today? In particular, is there a gap in nominal versus real output in, say, computer equipment in the 90s or the 2000s?
Great question. We have satellite accounts that kind of range the gamut. The idea is with these satellite accounts is to drill down on a part of the economy that's not obvious using the traditional industry. So, when we talked about space, there's economic activity in manufacturing and information, agriculture, you name it. So we also have satellite accounts on things like the digital economy. And it's a very similar issues or challenges that we had to face. So there's data challenges. A lot of the data that we use are self-reported. So businesses are required to report to the census and IRS. But of course, there can be some lags in how data are reported. So we see this within things like computer and electronics and space vehicle manufacturing. If to the extent that there's not, that we're seeing new goods and services, it may be the case that there is some that we may not be picking up everything. I will say that I don't think, again, on the I think this is something that has a bigger impact on the margins. I don't know if it would move the needle too much in terms of overall production for our estimates, but there's, we always look to ways to improve our methodology, and we do get updates. So when we release our statistics in a couple months, we're going to be revising the back years, because we get better data. We get more information from administrative data, tax records, and things like that, which just take time to incorporate. So that is something that we do not only for satellite accounts, but for our official macroeconomic statistics as well.
Great. And one final quick question. Tons of capital raised by space companies, multiple billions. How does that factor into your analysis?
Capital is, we consider that investment, and that is absolutely a part of production. So to the extent that businesses are investing in equipment, in structures, software, that is included in our statistics. It's considered investment, and that is a big part of the overall economy, and it's a huge part of the space economy as well.
So that when a company gets capital, it has to then spend it in order for it to be counted. It doesn't, when it flows into the company initially, it's not counted.
Whenever a company purchases capital, so capital in accounting terms means equipment, like machinery. It can mean a structure like a building, or it can mean software like IP. So there is a difference between economic capital and kind of, if you're just thinking about stock market types of capitalization and things like that, that's kind of a different concept. So not to confuse the issue, but we do have investment in terms of the, equipment and structures included in our estimates, and it's when the purchase is made.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we'll bring you back for the 2022 update, hear how everything has changed and revised, and hopefully we'll see some growth with that inflation adjusted analysis.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lee. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next, it's time for What's Going On with Laura Forczyk. What's Going On is sponsored again this month by the charming and generous Terry Trevino, whose support helps keep Conversations for the Future going. You have our deepest gratitude, Terry. And now let's see what all the fuss is about. It's time for What's Going On? Laura is the owner of space consulting firm Astralytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, and offering space career coaching services. She is a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions and is also the primary author of Astralytical Explore, Flybys, and Orbits. Laura wrote the book Rise of the Space Age Millennials, now on Amazon, and she is frequently interviewed for news publications, regional newspapers, and public radio. Laura, you've got to tell us what's going on.
Hey, Lee, as usual, there is so much going on. And keeping it to our theme this month, I'm going to be talking about business activities, not contracts, because there's so many contracts. There's no way we could talk about them all, but I'm going to be talking about acquisitions and fundraising and things of that nature, sticking to the past month. So let's get started. So just yesterday, it was announced that Viasat is buying Inmarsat. So Inmarsat is a British satellite fleet operator, and so is Viasat. Well, not British, but so they are buying Inmarsat for $7.3 billion. And the goal is for Viasat to expand its broadband network globally. So it will have, after the acquisition, it will have 9 satellites across various bands such as Ka, L, and S band. And so that's really quite a big deal, $7.3 billion. And one thing I want to keep in mind through this whole conversation is that there's differences in orders of magnitude with some of these deals. Some of them are going to be in the millions, some of them in the billions, very few of them in the billions, because space, while it is a large industry compared to some others, it's not that large comparatively to like some of the really big industries out there. And in fact, I'd like to tell people that space is not an industry. We call it the space industry, but it is really many industries that all happen to operate in the space arena using space data, space hardware, etc. And so there are lots of different types of space business going on. Some of the biggest ones are that data and satellite satellite operations, things that really have been taken for granted almost for a lot of the society. And that is why it's in the background. It's continuously helping with our infrastructure. So in this case, we're talking about broadband network. We might be talking about communications and Earth observation and all these other ways that satellites are used in the background, GPS, etc. So these are things to keep in mind as I'm talking. So this one is a $7.3 billion deal. Recently, just a week ago or so, Redwire, which is a publicly traded company, it is acquiring the space biotech company TechShot, which is pretty cool. So Redwire, if you're not familiar, they have previously acquired Made in Space, Oakman Aerospace, Deep Space Systems, Rocore, and a few others. So they've been acquiring quite a number of companies. They went public in September, publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. And the details of how much money they bought TechShot for are undisclosed, so we don't know. Probably not in the billions, but it's still pretty cool to see them continue to acquire different technologies. The satellite operator OneWeb, which is trying to do satellite internet constellations. I shouldn't say trying, they are doing satellite internet constellations. They've launched about, I think, 300 so far. They have signed a deal with a company called NEOM, or NEOM Tech and Digital Holding Company, which is actually a Saudi Arabian sovereign wealth fund. And they have signed a $200 million joint venture to give Saudi Arabia exclusive rights to distribute OneWeb's network capability in the Middle East region. So that's pretty cool to see how, I think that SpaceX Starlink gets a lot of the attention because they've been doing so much more. They've got so many more constellations up there. But there are other companies out there that are also doing broadband internet constellations and getting these deals made around the world. So space is also inherently global, something to keep in mind. So far, we've talked about American companies, British companies, Saudi Arabia. I mean, there's just a lot going on around the world. Which is a US company that is also mainly operating in New Zealand, they have acquired a small software company called Advanced Solutions Incorporated, ASI. And so this company develops flight software, simulation and systems, guidance, navigation, and control systems. They paid $40 million for this company. It's not the first company that Rocket Lab has acquired, and it's not going to be the last. So Rocket Lab recently went public, and they have excess funds to go ahead and acquire more companies to help with their launch business. In addition to launch, they also have satellites. They want to launch a private mission to Venus. So that's pretty cool stuff. And so they paid $40 million for this with an option of an additional $5.5 million bonus, depending on performance this year. So that's just the acquisitions that are the main ones for this past month. I'm not going to talk about every single one because there's just too many. You can start digging in to whatever your favorite subsector of the space industry is and find so many more. But those are just the main ones. I want to switch gears and talk about fundraising now. So there's always so much influx of capital going on the past couple of years. I don't know the exact numbers of how much it's increased over time, but there has been quite an increase in investor capital coming into the space industry. We heard a lot earlier this year about SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later. But that isn't the only way that there's investors. There's also, of course, the seed funding, different ways that companies raise money. And again, I'm not going to talk about all of them, so I might leave out your favorite. I'm sorry. But just recently, Hawkeye 360 raised $145 million in Series D round. So that means their total fundraising about $302 million. And so Hawkeye 360 is a radio frequency data reconnaissance firm, and they want to expand their satellite constellation and their ground infrastructure. So again, we're seeing more satellites and data and that kind of thing that's really happening in the background. There is no shortage of demand for data here on Earth. And so we're seeing terrestrial companies and space companies going and really taking advantage of that demand for data. And here I am in the metro Atlanta area and can't get good internet. So I too have a demand for data. So another company called Hedron, you might know them as Analytical Space. They changed their name recently. They raised $17.8 million in a Seed A funding round. And they want to do what they call the world's first hybrid optical radio frequency data relay network. And that's not my specialty, so I couldn't really tell you exactly what that means, but that sounds pretty cool to me. So there's a launch company. So I think the past 4 or 5 years or so, we've had a lot of criticism about small launch companies popping up. There's literally hundreds of small launch companies that are either operational or in development. Most of them won't succeed, but there are a few that have not yet become operational that probably will do a pretty good job of competing against the already operational small launch companies. One of them is ABL Space. And they recently raised $200 million in a Series B round. And they are preparing for their first launch of their rocket out of Kodiak Island, Alaska. RS-1 is what they're calling that rocket. They want to launch by the end of the year, by December 15th. So I wish them all the best. And they had backing from like Lockheed Martin and a couple of other strong investors. So we might see them compete against, Astro and Firefly and Rocket Lab and some of the other small launchers that have been popping up over the past few years. Trust Point to raise $2 million. So again, you're seeing the difference in the order of magnitude here in seed funding. They want to supplement GPS. So they want to create their own global navigation satellite system. Now, why would anyone want to do that with GPS? GPS is a government operated, government built, I shouldn't say government, but government operated satellite system that is well known throughout the world. But what we're seeing is increased nefarious activities, let's say, jamming, ways to really block GPS signal or to fool it. And so we see around the world, different countries with their own GNSS alternatives to GPS. And this would be a commercial alternative. And they're not the only company that's trying to develop a commercial alternative to GPS, but they recently raised $2 million. So wanted to bring that up. Space Perspective is not technically space, although we tend to loop it in because they are a high altitude stratospheric near space balloon company. And they recently raised $40 million in a Series A round. They want to do essentially near space tourism. They want to bring people up on their high altitude balloon, starting, as early as 2024. I think that's probably optimistic, but they want to, they're actually sort of a breakaway company from another one you might have heard called Worldview. So Worldview has been around for a while. They were going to do space tourism, and they switched mainly to research payloads, and then they switched back to space tourism recently. Space Perspective has the same two founders, and they raised $40 million for this effort. And I think strongest contenders worldwide of this kind of high altitude balloon space tourism kind of industry that's popping up. No one has succeeded yet, but they're one of the most well funded. So they might. I mentioned SPACs earlier in the conversation. Space SPACs are really quite topic, or at least they were back earlier this year before things got paused, because there are certain risks that investors take when they sign on to invest in a SPAC. And this is not specific to the space industry, but it certainly applies to the space industry. So one of the things that we have found is that SPACs that are already operational have a big advantage over SPACs that are not yet operational, because they have the ability to bring in that return on investment immediately or very quickly to their investors, whereas a company that's not yet operational, they may be waiting years. They may have quite a delay until they have any kind of profit to give back to their investors. And so we see that, for example, with Virgin Galactic, who just yesterday had their quarterly call. They were one of the earlier space SPACs, I think 2019. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And so they had a negative free cash flow of $53 million for the past quarter. They had been losing money every quarter. What they can say is that they signed on an additional 100 ticket holders for their suborbital space flight. They are back up to 700. So about about 6-ish years ago, they had about 700 tickets sold. That eventually dropped down to about 600, and now they're back up to about 700. What's notable is that they recently increased their price. So this influx of 100 new tickets sold is at the new price of $450,000. So that's saying something that people are still willing to pay even more money, because originally it was 200,000, then it was 250, and now it's 450, and even more expensive. It's a research flight, for example. Their biggest competitor in this arena, Blue Origin, hasn't even announced their ticket sales. They are selling behind the scenes. We can guess that they're selling tickets for somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million each. So Virgin Galactic selling it at $450,000 is not unheard of. And they had a $2.5 million revenue in sponsorship activities and government payload contracts for their recent flight in July. That's Virgin Galactic's recent flight. So we're seeing, some activity where they might be starting to ramp up their activities. Late 2022 is when they're saying that they want to start commercial services. That is Virgin Galactic. And another SPAC. So they were slowed earlier this year, but they did not stop. Terran Orbital wants to go public through a SPAC. They announced recently. If you've never heard of Terran Orbital, I hadn't either, but they are the parent company of Tyvak and Predecessor. And so you might have heard of one of those two companies. And they want to go public on the New York Stock Exchange at a valuation of $1.58 billion. And they do have the advantage of already being operational. So that's exciting. So even though SPACs have slowed, they have not stopped. And we're probably going to see more SPAC activity in the years to come, unless something changes on a federal level to make that not happen anymore. So I want to pause now and open it up to any questions, but keep in mind that this is not necessarily my background. I'm not a financial person. And so I can only talk mainly to the business and trends, and not so much on the specifics of legalities or bottom line budgets or anything like that of businesses. But I did want to open it up to any questions that I can answer.
Laura, to us, you know everything.
I do not.
Just want to give you a shout out. We've lots of comments about how much people love your segment, and a refreshing way to describe the space industry today. Let's see. Can you shed some light on what paperwork is required to launch a satellite from the USA starting from scratch, or where I might find that information from Actually?
I cannot.
That's a
But I
different.
can tell you
That's a little bit of a
that
left
you
turn.
should start with speaking to the spaceflight provider that you want to contract with, because they will know. And a lot of times they can even do a full service starting from scratch to help you figure out what paperwork you need to file, because it's going to be with the FAA, with the FCC, in some cases with NOAA. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. And no, I cannot tell you where to find that paperwork, but talk to the spaceflight provider that you are interested in, and they will be able to help you out. There are also some companies that do that. They talk to the spaceflight provider for you so that you don't have to do any of it.
Great. And we'll have Lisa Rich from Explore later. Sounds like they have a really interesting model for that. Michael Lane asks, for Virgin, let's put that into perspective. 100 new tickets sold in just one quarter, 15 million in sales, and 166,000 every day, including Saturday and Sunday.
The one thing to note is that they said 60,000 interested people the past quarter. They only sold 100, and by sold I mean those people put down a deposit of 150,000, I think it is. And so Virgin Galactic had paused their sales for some time.
Yeah.
So this is probably pent up demand, along with the excitement from the big Richard Branson flight in July, and that really spectacular for them. I had a little trouble with the because they went out their flight zone, but that didn't seem to stop people from being excited about Virgin Galactic. One thing to note is how much they're going to sell in the next year, since they have now paused their operations while they upgrade and do maintenance on their carrier plane and their space plane.
Going back to Viasat in Marsat, what total debt will they have? And I think I read that was like 3 to 3.5 billion in debt as part of that 7.3.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure you could look up some of the recent news articles about that. I'm not very good at keeping numbers in my head. So if I tell you something, it's likely going to be wrong. Sorry, look it up.
Let's see. There are 6 agencies. So, asking about the licenses that people are buying to go to space. Are they one-time use or have a specific length of time they're good for? And I think Michael is addressing that. You need to start. Oh, Michael's addressing the other question. So there's an answer in the chat to
Yeah, thank you,
where
Michael. He
where to
says
start.
State Department, NASA, NOAA, DOD. So FCC is maybe the one he's forgotten. I'm not sure. There's a lot of government agencies involved in launching a satellite, but of course it depends also on the type of satellite. So if it's a ride share, for example, you individually are probably not going to be talking to every single one of those. You are probably going to be one of many, and it can be lumped together. But I don't know that for a fact. So go talk to your launch service provider.
Great. Now, the biggest surprise to me, while we get Michael unmuted, I don't know what we did there. The biggest surprise to me was Able Space. I'm new to the industry, and one of the first things I heard bandied about early on in these kinds of discussions was that if you hadn't already invested in launch, you were too late. Nobody else was going to get in. That is dead. You just need to move on to a new program and just hope that the launch companies you did invest in are going to do well. Talk about why there's a shift there. Why is able to elbow their way in so late?
So I don't know when Able Space was founded, but they've been around for at least 5 years. So they're not totally a newcomer. They've just been sort of under the radar for a lot of people. And like I said, they have strong backing from Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin has been a big investor. And so if you see a major player like that backing a small company, chances are there's a reason. And either it's going to be an acquisition in the future or some kind of benefit to Lockheed Martin to be supporting Able Space that way. Able Space also, I think, has some DoD contracts, although again, off the top of my head, I don't remember the details. So I don't think that there's necessarily no room for any additional small launchers. I think it will be very difficult for any ones that are starting today to come on board in the United States. That is, there might be room around the world, other regions that might have more opportunities, simply because there's so much launch activity here already, and there might not be a lot of demand. There is certainly competition with contracts and investors, but as demand increases and launch prices go down, and those two things have to happen, and probably more, then we might see room for even more companies start back up. So I don't think that there is, an end to new launchers. I think that this is just one wave, and we'll have another wave in the future.
That makes a lot of sense. Now put on your science mission consultant hat. How do all these active deals, money just being thrown around like crazy into the industry, what does this mean for science? Obviously lowering launch costs is a big deal, but just the general energy, what does this mean for science? What are some key things going on there?
Yeah, you may have seen that most of these deals have to do with business and profit and things that are very practical. And not a lot of it is for scientific intent, but can still benefit science. So especially, data and relays and all of these different ways that we get data from space or use data from space can benefit science. And I mentioned that Rocket Lab, for example, wants to do their own private mission to Venus. Some of these companies, I don't think any of the ones that I mentioned today, but some other private companies are also working with NASA on various science missions. I'm sure companies like Able Space will be launching science missions. So science always benefits as the opportunities increase, as the prices come down, as there's more data, as there's more opportunities for data, more ways to use data. science can always benefit. In fact, we're getting to the point, especially in Earth observation, where there's too much data to, traditionally work with. So we have to use things like, machine learning and different algorithms to really process that data for humans to really understand what we're looking at, because there's just so much happening, especially in Earth observation, where we're collecting so much data, we don't know how to use it properly yet. And that's one of the most exciting things about the future, actually, is now that we have so many images and so much data coming in from planet Earth. What can we learn about our planet? How can we use that for the benefit of humanity? Which is one of those things that's a big criticism of space for people outside the space sector is, why don't we spend money here on Earth? But this is money spent here on Earth to benefit humanity. And so we're seeing things like climate change being a really big hot topic right now, and all the different ways that we can use space data to benefit humanity, to benefit environmentalism, to benefit the way that we live, and make life better. So even some of these other companies that want to work off Earth, it's still for the benefit of humanity in some way or another.
Yeah, I think you're highlighting that money that's spent on space endeavors gets spent here and goes into the economy that Tina and Matt were talking about, right? And grows that activity.
But it's more than just that. It's not just money spent here. It's not just the economy that's, boosted. It's also the way that the data, the way the technology, the way that these companies benefit. We would not be having this conversation without GPS. Probably, I mean, GPS runs our modern society.
Yeah.
The ways that we use broadband internet constellations, whether it's LEO or GEO or wherever, to connect remotely. I mean, there is just so many ways that space in and of itself benefits humanity. And I think that's often overlooked.
Yeah, absolutely. You brought up just our ability to deal with data. And we've got thousands more satellites going up in the next few months. There aren't enough servers on Earth. And even some presenters on this program earlier talked about how, we collect all these types of hyperspectral data. We do this. And then we only send down to Earth this much. We have to pluck this much and send it down because it's cost prohibitive to do the rest. Where do you see the opportunities in that discussion? Is it just in AI companies, or are there other types of contributions that can be made there that you think will make a difference?
I've heard of servers at space. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I've heard that's an up and coming thing. Ways that we can store data and send down data and process the data, the user interfaces, the way that we connect with other industries, like agriculture or real estate or shipping and logistics, and the ways that we use that data for other purposes. So maybe a company right now is only using a sliver of data, but if they can find a way to monetize and benefit other industries with the other data that they don't use yet, I think that is a really groundbreaking opportunity that we're going to see happening in the next few years. I'm excited to see how this is going to change, because the way it is now is not the way it's going to be forever. We're going to continue to learn how we can use space data, and probably as a complement and a supplement to other types of data that we get from planes and from grounds and all these different ways that we combine data together, because space is just another arena. It's just another way of looking at everything else that we do. It's another way of doing business. And again, it's not one industry, it's so many industries. And the more that we talk to people outside of our own circle, the more that other industries will be involved, and we can understand how we can benefit other industries, which is something that I really am fond of very, very much of doing, is telling people, hey, have you ever thought of doing this in space? And most of the time it never even occurred to them. So that is one thing to take away from this talk, is that making sure that we keep growing the space industry, not only by launching things, but also by incorporating other industries and other ways to do business around the world, other countries and other governments, and ways that we can really grow the space sector to be more inclusive.
One last question. I'm going to blend a question from the chat with my own twist. As a consultant, if someone came to you to help them find companies to buy different types of data that they're acquiring, how might you go about starting that process?
Yeah, in fact, this is something that I do. And this is a good plug because I always forget to plug my company, Astrolytical. We also have a monthly newsletter. If you would like to sign up on our website, you can get a free sample on our website if you want to try it out. And so one thing that I do is I talk to these companies who have some kind of product, whether it's data or whether it's hardware or something in space. And I ask them, what is it that what benefits do you want to have for this? And sometimes they've thought about it and sometimes they actually don't know. And so helping them uncover which industries, which topics, which technologies could really benefit from what they're trying to do is the very first step. And then you go and reach out to the companies that they may or may not have even thought of before.
That's great. Laura, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it and look forward to next month.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, our next speaker is a surprise guest. Dun, dun, dun. Kevin Barry. He joined us, I think, in March. Thank you for coming back. I got the notice this morning, so I'm very excited to hear what you have to say. Kevin Barry is a student of history, an avid gamer, and a business analyst. He has published several papers on historical economic trends and how they apply to commercial space development, observing the correlation between the rise and fall of civilizations and the quality of their infrastructure. He is an active member of the International Space Elevator Consortium and part of F4F's financial subcommittee, as well as an infrastructure consultant specializing in space, business development, financial analysis, and thought leadership. I think you might enjoy a conversation with Andrew Maynard over at ASU sometime. Welcome, Kevin. The screen is yours.
Yes, thank you, Lee. And I'd also like to introduce my colleague who was able to make it today after all, Eduardo Pineda-Alfaro. Eduardo, if you would like to introduce yourself, he is my co-founder of Lightbridge.
Great. Oh, we need to unmute Eduardo. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Hi. Hello, everybody. Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for the introduction. I would be brief on this. Basically, I'm also the co-founder of Lightbridge Strategic Consulting. My background is in engineering, and I had also an MBA. I've been working I'm based in Brussels, and I've been working in a multinational, engineering multinational for several years, managing around 200 millions per year in a business line. And I basically specialize also now together with Kevin in space finance and investment. And
so
we're here to cover,
Today, we've been asked to share our presentation that we just gave in Dubai at the IAC on debt and blended finance. So I don't know if I have this set up already, but I have my presentation ready to go here. Is everybody able to see that? All right. Okay, so debt and blended finance, we believe, is the bridge to realizing the immense value of space. Let's see. This is based on three premises that we want to change. That space is very valuable, but it's hard to reach. And that finance is the bridge we need to unleash this value. Blended finance, furthermore, which will be discussed in this presentation, is the catalyst that will be needed to make financing more favorable early on in this development. Right now, the space market, as all of you are aware, is valued at about $400 billion a year, and it primarily sees bottom three of access, communication, remote sensing, and scientific data. We have plans and initiatives in place to move towards extraction and constructs on other worlds and in space. And eventually, as the space economy matures, we will see a rise in enterprise and trade and the existential value of expanding into space. As Elon is wont to mention, we need to make life multiplanetary. Life is extremely rare, if not unique to Earth, and it's bad practice to keep all your eggs in one basket.
Okay, now we're going to cover 4 specific concepts about finance, which is different from value. So first of all what is the difference between value and finance? Value is generated from resources and activities. So it will be a bonfire, it will be the wood of it. Finance doesn't generate value itself, but it is an accelerant. It will be like that person blowing oxygen into the bonfire. Another way to see as well finance is from a time perspective, finance borrows against the future to build something today. So if it will be a bridge, you're building a bridge because the value that you're generating out of having the bridge is higher than the cost of building the bridge plus the reflection, that's the interest on that loan. The other two concepts there is the importance of credit. In the US economy, for every $6 in cash or cash equivalents, there are $85 in debt. And basically all these together is generating the whole economy, and it's so important. And it's something that we have identified as well, that the space sector at the moment is lagging in the possibility to have credit. And the last concept as well there is the comparing, let's say, with a position, velocity, and acceleration. So if the position would be the wealth, the movement of the money would be the velocity, and then how much money you are bringing into so let's say the loans that you're having is the acceleration. So if you are, and the acceleration could be positive or negative. So if the debts or the loans are being paid off, then the acceleration is positive and you're having an exponential growth on the wealth. But on the contrary, if the loans start to be default and not being paid, then you're getting an acceleration and eventually you will get a crash in the economy. And how finance has been affecting in the history, this is 3 examples. In the dark ages in Europe, the church outlawed lending, and this brought to the dark age. And this was only when it was restored that Europe moved to the Renaissance period. Then we have also the example of JP Morgan. When they were financing the Transcontinental Railroad, they made enough money to fund the reconstruction of Europe through the Marshall Plan. And finally, another good example of how finance could be helpful is how it is at the moment. The credits and loans are being prioritized in order to fight for renewable energy projects and to build climate projects. And this is generating a 300 billions per year investment to accelerate the energy transition.
So as Eduardo has been talking about all this, we can see recently from this chart from Bryce Technology that there has been a very rapid rise in this green bar here of venture capital finance in particular. But this only represents a very small portion of the overall economy. The annual accounts under management from banks, mutual funds, sovereign wealth funds represents about 200,000 billion. Dollars, whereas the entire US venture capital market, which is itself 70% of the global venture capital market, is only $50 billion. Space is already 10% of the entire US venture capital market. And so there's a limited green field for venture capital funding to expand into for funding space, where there's a much, much larger pool available through private equity and other vehicles. Also, venture capital is particularly focused on early stage companies that are experiencing rapid equity growth. And because of this, they have a high failure rate and high capital cost. That venture capitals typically will fund several different projects, expecting most of them to fail. But because they have such a high throughput, they're able to compensate this. This is a good investment vehicle for startups, but it's not very well suited to larger, longer term projects like what we're seeing in space, especially since this timeline is only about 5 to 7 years, which is insufficient for most space projects. One of the ways that we see to overcome this barrier is that right now, a project like space solar power, it's very difficult for any of these 3 categories to find a closed case for how to fund it. Governments have limited equity and are unable to fund a project of this scope. Individual investors, whether they be venture capital or private equity, have such a high cost of capital that putting their money at that kind of risk and getting a return in a short time frame is unlikely. And banks are too risk adverse to consider such a grandiose project. Whereas by utilizing blended finance, we would be able to maximize the impact governments have, maximize returns for investors, and maximize the number of investments that banks could have out garnering interest. The mechanism of how blended finance works is shown here, and it is beneficial to all 3 of these parties, whether or not the project is successful. If you consider here just 2 projects, one that is using standard financing, like on the left, and one that's using blended financing. In the loss scenario, the government voluntarily takes on the first loss position in the capital stack. the most vulnerable and usually demanding the most return. But in this case, they don't care about generating a return. This is more like a investment in the project, more like a angel investor into the project. But for their small blue box of money that they put into the project, they're having a far larger impact, even if the project were to fail. In terms of the equity investor, they may be able to actually walk away with some of their money and not lose everything before the project is brought down. And banks have an even larger cushion between the valuation of the project and when they would lose money, making it much more of a valuable investment from a bank's perspective. On the flip side, if the project is successful, then the government doesn't take any of the profits, but it is able to, through the counting the loss as a liability, write off the success of the company and get the money back for investment in future projects. Equity investors gain as much, if not more, for a smaller initial investment, and banks are secured with a very large amount of project success, meaning that they'll have a long-term interest flow into their projects. This concept is relatively new and comes from the world of international economic development, where funding is particularly tight and perceived risk is often much higher than actual risk, much like it is in space. The International Finance Corporation, which is a subsidiary of the World Bank, took and has already allocated $160 billion for the next 15 months towards blended finance projects all over the world in agriculture, education, housing, climate change adoption. And the Chinese have successfully used this program for energy efficiency to get a 45 to 50 times indirect leverage, meaning for every dollar they invest in the program as the government, they get 45 to 50 times that amount of productivity in the economy. Similarly, the Indian government has been using it for solar development and have allocated up to $292 billion towards building 175 gigawatts of solar power all over India. And through foreign exchange hedging have already generated a 9 times direct leverage, meaning that they have motivated $9 of private equity investment into these projects for every $1 the Indian government puts in. So I'll have Eduardo take it from here.
Yeah. Basically, as a summary, that the takeaways is that the space economy is moving towards, according to Bank of America, to a $3 trillion in 2040. So this is equivalent to the size of the oil and gas industries today. So it is definitely very valuable. That the debt and equity markets are needed in order to progress the space development, moving away from the seed phase to moving into the growth phase, and that require the space infrastructure projects. And the governments can entice those markets with blended finance as a way to, as Kevin was commenting, as a way to accelerate that transition on the private banks in order to get debt finance to the space sector. And with that, thank you.
And we'd love to hear any of the questions you have about our presentation. Let's see.
Thanks, Kevin and Eduardo. That was good. So one of the questions that someone in the chat mentioned is how can we deliver government money to startups? You know, you mentioned a couple examples. Right now, the U.S. mainly has either small business direct loans or grants, and then like government contracts. But what you're talking about is almost the idea of turning the government into a direct lender. Is that what you're talking about?
They wouldn't function as a direct lender, and typically when it's done through international development where this practice is more common, USAID would be the primary source of funding, that they are apportioned a budget from Congress, but then that money is given out in sort of procurement to sort of in between companies, the development companies that take and review those small businesses and see which ones are worth investing in, how to invest in them, how to allocate the money. And they serve as thoroughfares to get the large US funding out to all those small companies individually. So it does move through a sort of intermediary that doesn't make it a direct government funding. And the purpose of this is not to be a direct lender per se. In the end, the government is primarily taking on the role of motivating the private markets to engage in investment behavior in a business. That the government is saying, we believe in this project, we're going to give it some money to give it a floor on the investment and to make the investment appear more viable and favorable to the larger market and get them to buy in voluntarily. And if all goes well, as almost all projects do, there's only about a 3 to 4% failure rate in these kinds of projects. If all goes well, the government actually gets all of their money back. So they're not financing small companies, they're more co-signing for companies, making banks more likely to sign on the deal. In the same way that parents co-signing on their children getting an apartment or a house, it's there as a backup, but it's not intended to be the primary funding mechanism.
Okay, so it's almost yeah, so less Bank of America loan, more Small Business Administration 7A.
Yeah. And I just saw kind of in the comments here in the chat, the $200 trillion is the accounts under management. It is not the direct investment that happens every year annually. It's the total amount of funds that are available for investment. It is a much smaller portion that is actually invested each year, to be clear.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and so when you're talking about these new finance mechanisms, for the most part, the things that come to mind for people is there must be something more to this, because it sounds an awful lot like car loans, home loans, and government incentivizing the formation of those secondary markets. Is it really that there is anything more, or is it really that simple?
I think that in some ways it is that simple. I mean, the mechanism has really caught on, especially in the last 5 years, growing from only tens of millions into the billions of dollars. So it's been growing very quickly because it is just that simple. But I think that the way in which it works as a mechanism is very important. That it sounds like the government is giving money to these companies, but from a budgetary perspective, they have this money in their budget. And it's a question not of if the government is going to spend that money on solving a problem, it's how they're spending it. And with blended finance, they're able to, instead of, if you have $100 million to solve a problem, you could either spend $100 million to pay a private contractor to work on solving that problem, whether it's sewage, highway, space, solar power, whatever. You have this budget. If you are instead able to use blended finance to say, I'm going to put 100 million towards this in order to mobilize another 500 million, 600 million from the private markets, it means that the government is having a far outsized impact with their already existing budget than they could have otherwise. So it's not increasing government spending, it's in fact increasing the government impact with the same funding, which is why it's caught on and has been so heavily utilized, because it improves the risk-adjusted return for the private market to the point that it is competitive in the normal market. That is the point of blended finance. It's not trying to make it so that it is more favorable, it is trying to make it directly competitive. And some of these newer ideas I mean, new ideas are naturally riskier. So banks, financial institutions, and investors are unwilling to buy into a new idea. And blended finance can serve as something to grease the wheels, to make it just that little bit much better so that people's perceived risk goes down enough that they're willing to buy into a new concept
And
or a new
maybe
area.
and to add also on Kevin's and the original question there, we believe also that debt is not, I mean, it could be perceived as a negative thing basically, but on the contrary, we believe that when it comes to a sector, it's much more stable, because then what you get out of that is that you're not trying to obtain results in 5 years like you would normally get from venture capitals or other markets. You're basically building a much more stable sector out of that. You would not be able to build a bridge or a road out of just pure capital. You need a certain level of debt, and that's what we are advocating to bring into space sector.
And Eduardo, that's an excellent point. Of our overall message here is that the value of space is incredibly rich. Like, it is difficult to quantify how much the potential of space is, but space is only valuable insofar as we can extract that value and bring it back down to Earth. There is no space economy. The economy is only the economy, and it is expanding into the space domain. And finance is a tool to borrow against future prosperity to buy something today. That is the general purpose of finance. And the only way that it is valuable to society is that you make an investment into extracting more value than the cost of interest of getting that loan. And that mechanism is extremely powerful. And we've seen throughout human history how strong that impact is. Blended finance is only an additional tool in this tool set to make financing opportunities more viable. But the underlying premise is that we need more debt financing of any stripe for space activities. Right now, the example that I've been using of late is that SpaceX is a company everyone here is more than aware of. They have strong revenue stream, they have international acclaim, and they have huge projects that they're working on, and yet they're still going after funding like a startup company. They're the last I saw in Serial M funding rounds because they just don't have access to using debt financing, because there isn't a standard model for a rocket company that they can go and get that debt. And this is a complete inversion of the whole rest of the economy, where debt is the majority of the economy rather than a small sliver.
Yeah, no, and it's funny because I'm willing to bet there are a large number of logistics and shipping companies who are able to get debt financing based on the assets of what they're using to transport said goods. But rockets are different. So yeah, that's it's strange. Bruce K.
That basis is how insurance companies originally developed in the UK, was just on the idea of the value of the cargo being your collateralized asset, in which you could take and get insurance and pay for all sorts of structures like building up the marina and lighthouses, was based on that premise.
Yeah, no, and one question here from Bruce K. and I think is particularly good, because when there's a joke around DC that this was more appropriate when Afghanistan was the longest running war in US history, but the joke is that the true long war is the battle over the budget. And so Bruce asks, how do you deal with the risk precedent of the Ex-Im Bank, where it worked really well, then at some point became a political football, was defunded by Congress, came back under a different name. Ex-Im Bank is still a pariah, but that's okay because we have a entirely new organization with a much better name. So how do you sort of prevent something like that from repeating?
I mean, I think that preventing it is a lofty goal. I think that you can build resiliency of the system by having more market buy-in. That if the program is engaging a large subset of the market that is benefiting from it, that will give more gravity and more political pressure to keep that operation running. I think it would be impossible to, extremely unlikely to be able to guarantee anything like that, that would be subject to political winds. But the sort of development of the pariah is how much is that benefiting the whole sector, and how much is it being too much sort of focus on just specific recipients, and that the overall community doesn't benefit more than they lose from that thing. So a more sort of democratized system where you have a broader scope that can reach a larger subset of the space community will make it so that the space community itself is invested in the program continuing. If that answers your question. And I know it's kind of a roundabout way, but such is the way of politics.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's fair. And I think Steve's comment about structuring this like the SBA's 504 loans, which are government guaranteed loans for more or less any purpose, but the main thing is expansion of business. So the government uses that, again, like what you're talking about, doesn't necessarily cost money because the government makes its money back on fees and basically just needs a startup to deposit the cash with the Treasury, and then it starts this loan guarantee process.
So the affordable housing tax credit system that the government has is functional, but having worked in real estate and in affordable housing, there is a level of those programs are useful in making a business case make sense. And that's not really the intended purpose of how blended finance programs work. They're not about subsidizing something up to the point that it becomes market viable. It has more to do with sort of instigating movement on something that is already valuable but has a perceived risk, which is much higher than its actual risk. So it's a difference of, you're not trying to make something profitable. You're trying to bring in more of the community into a new sector, which the government has already done a level of due diligence in, where they say, this is actually not too risky. We think this is a good plan. That you have expertise. And again, in international development, one of the most common things that these kinds of programs are used for is doing things like water and sanitation. That large scale sewer systems are very effective economic investment tools in expanding cities. But people think, oh, I don't want to invest in this African country. It's dicey. I don't really believe in it. They're not looking at the fundamentals of the project. They're looking at the optics of the project primarily. And what blended finance does is it takes and it says, no, this is a reasonable project. Let's reduce your risk-adjusted return to the point that it becomes favorable. And then people are able to invest and they get a real return out of it. And it's not changing the underlying mechanics of how it works, if that makes sense. Whereas affordable housing, at least in the US, is in many ways almost necessary in order to kind of charge those prices, because it has reached a point where building affordable housing at scale isn't economically viable with our current zoning laws. But that's a whole other conversation I don't want to go into today.
Fair. But in general, it would seem loan guarantees and that light touch helps ensure that this sort of proposal can last longer, especially if it doesn't require annual appropriations. So the lighter the touch would seem, the longer these programs can last here in DC, or the more they give to concerned parties that will then vote.
Well, and one of the biggest impacts of this and why it's been growing so quickly is if you consider agency, and I don't know this is the best example, but if you consider NASA has been sort of under fire for not doing enough, whether it's, how long it's been since we've been back to the moon. Are they doing the things? There's resistance to saying, what have they been doing? While at the same time saying, your budget is too huge and we're going to cut your budget. So you're kind of asking them to do two very difficult things. And that sort of rock and a hard place that they live in makes it so that they have an extremely constrained budget to focus on large problems. And blended finance's primary purpose is to magnify the impact of that budget. That instead of having to spend $1 billion on developing a project, if NASA could instead spend $100 million and still have $1 billion project built, and it could still have the NASA name, in there, that they helped make this project a reality, it magnifies the impact NASA has without magnifying the budget NASA has. And that's sort of its primary function. And it encourages what NASA has been talking about a lot in recent years of trying to be one customer among many, trying to engage a larger commercial sector. And by taking and saying, we put in $1, the commercial sector puts in $10, that would mean that they were having way more effect in the market, while still being able to be in a leadership role of saying which projects they wanted to support and what directions they wanted to travel, with the expertise that NASA would be able to bring to bear in investigating those projects, which is something that NASA is good at. So.
Fair. Yeah. No, it's been great having you both here, Kevin and Eduardo. Thanks for your presentation. And from the look of the chat, there's plenty of people who probably want to talk more.
Oh, so. Yes. And please feel free to reach out to me or Eduardo. We're at lightbridge.space. We're easy to find. And you can find all of our contact information there if you would like to talk to us further.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Tim. Great job. Eduardo and Kevin, appreciate your time, and great to see something from IAC as well.
Yes, thank you.
Now it's time for Saturday Space, where we talk about things we might enjoy on a Saturday in space. Arts, sports, recreation, and entertainment. Our guest today is Rachel Lyons from Space for Humanity. Rachel Lyons is a key advocate of the space movement. She is Executive Director of Space for Humanity, a nonprofit organization which aims to use the spaceflight experience as a way to expand our perspective on Earth. Rachel is the former Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of Students for the Exploration and Development of Space USA, the world's largest student-run space nonprofit. Rachel is a public speaker and former radio host, and has been featured in outlets including Vice, Cheddar News, Ars Technica, ABC News, Washington Post, and Yahoo Finance. She's also spoken for thousands at more than 50 events around the world. Rachel, thank you so much for being here for Saturday Space.
Thanks for having me, Lee. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. The screen is yours to talk about Space for Humanity.
Great. So do you want me to just give a rundown? And
Yes. Yeah. Why don't you tell us just an introduction to Space for Humanity, and then we'll get more into it.
Okay, cool. So we're planning on doing a Q&A as well. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, yes.
Great. Okay, so hi everybody. Such a pleasure to be here. My name is Rachel Lyons, and as Lee mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Space for Humanity. Yeah, I see some names that I know in here. Hi, Darsh. It's just good to be with all of you, and I'm excited to get to know this community more. Space for Humanity is a nonprofit organization, and we are working to sponsor people from all over the world to go to space so they can go and look back at our planet and have this overview effect experience that so many astronauts speak about. So for anyone here who doesn't know about the overview effect, I personally think it's for me, it's when people say why space, this is my answer. It's about the overview effect, and it's about the way that going to space and looking back and experiencing the interconnectedness and the fragility and the beauty and the finiteness of our planet. It's the way that can change our minds and thus create greater change on our planet as well. We were founded by Dylan Taylor. Dylan founded us from out of a fellowship at the Aspen Institute called the Henry Crown Fellowship. And a little bit about our founding story is that he was in this fellowship program with a lot of incredible leaders from around the world. And the challenge of the fellowship was to create solutions or create organizations that are addressing some of our greatest challenges. So there were people who were addressing malnutrition. There were people who were addressing poverty. There were people who were addressing access to education. And he looked at it, and he looked at all these brilliant minds addressing these issues with such magnitude. And he said, what is the reason for all of this? Why do we have all of these seemingly intractable challenges? And what he saw was that it was a matter of perspective. Like the root of all of these challenges is perspective. And so the Einstein quote that we can't solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them, that is like a driving statement for us. In order to address all of these challenges that are happening on a global scale, or planetary, I might say, we must look at them from that perspective. So the overview effect in this experience of looking back at the Earth, that allows us to zoom out and actually look at our problems from that scale. It creates a shift that will oftentimes change a person's life forever. It's something, there's psychological studies about it. There's researchers who look and see that people return with a deeper sense of purpose, deeper sense of well-being, a deeper sense of connectedness with humanity as a whole and our planet as a whole. And that kind of shift happened to me when I was in my teens. And I watched a story that I often share is that I watched a documentary that showed the scale of the universe. And I saw for the first time that we live on this beautiful, fragile, interconnected planet. And that's what sparked my love for space. And it also, at the same time, sparked my love for humanity and love for the Earth. And it shifted my behavior. It shifted the way that I interacted with people and the way that I interacted with our planet. Suddenly I cared about preserving it and cared about the longevity of our species and our planet. And so we believe that by giving people access to this experience of going to space and looking back, we can begin to shift our individual beliefs and perspective, and thus our individual behaviors. And if you look at this from a greater systems change level, when we do this collectively, that's actually how we can create greater changes in our systems and greater changes in our culture. And I believe that this is an urgent and deeply important moment for our species. I believe that a lot of people are shifting their perspectives in a lot of different ways right now. And we now have this tool of human spaceflight as a way to create greater change right now. And we as the space community have the ability to utilize this tool for the greater good. So this is truly the moment. And another thing is that, we have entered the new era. Like this, as of July of this year, we have entered this new era. And so right now is our opportunity to take advantage of this moment. And I think we need everybody involved with it. It's bigger than the billionaire space race narrative. Like space is truly a tool for transformation. And I think that the positive effects of this cannot be understated. So that's the, I would say, philosophy and kind of like overarching goal of our mission. Lee.
Yeah, I mean, there's the narrative from the media, but if you actually listen to the words that the people who are going on these missions say after they land and the way they say them, it really illustrates what you were talking about. Do you want to share a little bit more about the reactions of the people who've been on these missions with Blue Origin
Definitely.
and Virgin Galactic?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, oh my gosh, so much that I could say there. It's so funny because this is only people who have just gone to space in the past 6 months. And there's,
Right.
when I first discovered this, I just went down a rabbit hole studying all the astronauts, like all the quotes. One that really stuck with me was Anusha Ansari, who was the first Iranian woman to go to space. She also paid for her own ticket. So she's technically a space tourist. And she said, all of these problems that seem big and impossible, peace on earth, we can do this. It gives you that type of power, that type of perspective. And I have experienced that. And it's not just the words. She's now running X Prize, which I'm sure many of the people here know is coming up with moonshot solutions to our greatest challenges. Like, it is a transformational organization. And I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that she went to space for, I think, 2 weeks, and then now she's running it. So there's Anusha Ansari, but then talking about the newer astronauts, the one who are going on the suborbital space flight. I had the pleasure and honor of interviewing Sarisha Bandla after her flight. She was on the Virgin Galactic flight that went in July with Richard Branson. She's been a friend of mine for a few years now. So it's so amazing to see the incredible things that she's doing. And I asked her about the impact for her. And this was like a month after her flight, maybe a month and a half. And she said something along the lines of, I'm still processing it, I'm still making sense of it. And ultimately it was a call to action, like it is a call to action, which I think we can't understate the value of that, and then William Shatner came back. I'm sure many of the people on the call watched that video. He was in tears. This 90-year-old man who's an actor, which I don't even know if we've sent actors to space yet. He might be the first actor. He was in tears when he came back, and he said, I don't want to lose this experience. And he talked about the fragility and the miraculousness of it, and like this darkness of space and how special it is that we're here. And yeah, there's one quote that he said, is like, we can't, like, if we keep burying our heads in the sand around like the reality of some of our challenges, then it will only hurt us. So for that, like, what I hear in that is like a clear call to action, a clear change in likely who this man is, and him saying, everybody needs to know this. Everybody needs to experience this.
Yeah. And so talk a little bit about the secondhand effects. So how can people who can't travel to space right now for whatever reason can still experience? Clearly you've had a good experience and you've shared that with the world. Tell us a little bit more about that secondhand experiment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll say that if you do want to have the opportunity, we're currently taking applications on our website. So it's fully sponsored through Space for Humanity, spaceforhumanity.org/apply. And we're basically looking for people that are leaders in their communities. So people who have like a sphere of influence, people who are working to address some of our greatest challenges, people who would really utilize this experience for the greater good. And we have a training program that helps you prepare your mind, because there's actually personality traits that make someone more susceptible to a profound experience with the overview effect. Like openness, for example, is one of the biggest personality traits. And so then you'd have your experience, and then you'd come back, and we would help you kind of integrate it into your life and into whatever social impact program you are working on. And you have a commitment to carrying that out for at least a year afterwards. And so to answer your question, Lee, we can't send everyone to space. It's not sustainable for the planet. It's not sustainable for our financial resources. We don't need to send everyone to space right now. Maybe in the future, but not right now. And so I believe like having people that are leaders in communities that have never been touched by spaceflight. That was also something that Sarisha said when she and I were chatting. And she was like, and Dylan, our founder, talks about a lot too, is like most people in the world probably don't personally know an astronaut.
Right.
They probably aren't really friends with an astronaut. And we have the fortune of working in the space industry to have pretty close access to astronauts. But there's only less than 600 people that have been to space. You know, you're more likely to be a billionaire or a Nobel Prize winner than to go to space right now. And Dylan says, and also Sarisha was saying, like in the next few years, probably everyone in the world is gonna know an astronaut. And imagine having communities who have never been touched by space flights, having people in their community go, and you know, being able to just like go to the grocery store and see that person who's been to space and maybe ask them about it, and they tell you about their experience of looking back and seeing the Earth, and they're sharing whatever they got out of it, which for depending on your passion, it's going to be different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah. And then to fully answer your question, Lee, I had this profound experience that forever shifted my life watching Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes.
You know, there's people who do it, who have those kind of mind shifting experiences from meditation, from traveling to other cultures, from people can have it from like death of a loved one, like tragedy can bring it as well. So like there's all of these ways that we can expand our perspectives. Obviously I would never wish that the like tragic ones on people, but I think that anything that helps us think bigger is really, really important for the growth of an individual, as well as I would say like growth of our like evolutionary growth of our species.
Yeah. Tie that in with, you've chosen with Space for Humanity to tie the actions, the full year of actions after return to the UN sustainability goals. Talk about how, if you were there while those decisions were being made, how that came to pass, and what some of the first people who are applying are focused on among those sustainability goals.
Yeah, totally. I was in the team when we made the decision. I've been volunteering since I was actually in the audience when Dylan first announced Space for Humanity in 2017. So I started as a volunteer first thing that year. Yeah, I know. I was like, whoa, it's amazing. Okay, so anyhow, yeah, the sustainability goals. So pretty much, I am not interested in pushing any sort of dogma on people, on pushing any sort of like, you need to be addressing this global challenge on people, or you need to be speaking of the mission in this way. There's values that we hold, and that's what we expect to, we expect to bring in people who hold those values as well, but the expression of those values will look different for every person. And so the reason that the sustainability goals are what we are aligned with at the moment is that it's, you know, it is arguably all of our global challenges. And you might be passionate, you might hold our values, but you're passionate about, you know, ending, like about making a really big impact on the pollution that's happening in your city. Or you love children and you think that the most important thing that we can do right now is giving children access to education. Or, you know, like, or maybe you're a public speaker and you want to motivate people and you want to shift people's minds, and that's what you're doing. So that's why we're tied to the sustainability goals, is because I want each person, and we want each person to have the freedom of being able to address what they're passionate about. Because I think that's actually how we can create the greatest amount of change, is not by pushing anything on anyone, but letting people do what is most important to them. And that's really what we need too, with all the challenges that we currently face.
Yeah. Now, you've done a really beautiful job at some events for Space for Humanity of bringing in another route to this level of consciousness, which is the arts. Talk a little bit about how that plays in and how it sort of stacks up in the emotional experience of trying to access the overview effects benefits.
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, so yeah, Lee, it was so great to have you at the event that we had a few weeks ago. So to give a little background on that to anyone here, we had a friend, his name's Raphael Roettgen. He came and played the piano, and he does like these, what they're called piano sound bath meditations, which sounds ridiculous and it's stunning. So he basically plays the piano completely improvised. He's self-taught. He played at Carnegie Hall, and in a way that it brings you into a meditative state. And then we had an astronaut, Jose Hernandez, speak, and he ended up sharing his story while Rave played piano. And combining the music with his sharing of the story is the most powerful way to make an impact on people. Like that's that's what, like these films like Cosmos, I mean, the same thing. It's like these, aren't space films known for their incredible soundtracks? Like it makes such a deeper imprint on you as a human being, because it makes you, it impacts how you feel, in a deeper way. So I would say that in terms, and then we have an artist in residence program. So we're right now pairing artists with scientists, and they're creating arts together that's aligned with Space for Humanity's mission. And it's actually going on right now. And I think bringing the arts in is just another degree of it. I mean, it's like we just need all of it. We need the artists, we need the scientists, we need the engineers, we need the actors. I think William Shatner going to space and coming back and being so blown away with emotions. He's been trained his whole life to to be in touch with his emotions and express his emotions. Whereas scientists and engineers,
fighter pilots.
Fighter pilots is actually the opposite.
Right.
And think about how impacted, all the millions of people that watched William Shatner being so emotive were, it's like it gave us all our own, or me at least, and my team and the people that I'm working with, it gave us all our own kind of overview experience. So I think that we just need all the dimensions, I could tell, we could talk a lot about the astronauts who came back and were like, we need poets to go, we need singers to go, we need communicators to go, we need people who can almost talk to the human spirit in a way.
Yeah. Find whatever pathways, make it in there.
Exactly.
I think you got almost 1 billion hits on social media after Richard Branson's flight, and he mentioned you on air as having been selected for their Omaze campaign. Talk about what that means for a small nonprofit that's trying to grow an audience. What does it mean when you get such a huge viewership like that all of a sudden?
It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing for us. So for anyone who doesn't know, Richard Branson went to space early July. He came back down and he announced a campaign in partnership with Omaze where you can pay $10 to throw your hat in the wind and enter to win a pair of tickets to go to space. And Space for Humanity was selected as the beneficiary of that campaign. We haven't announced who we chose yet, but we will be very soon. And I'm thrilled about it, just so that everyone knows, which is just transformational for our community as well. It's like someone just paid $10 and is going to win a pair of tickets to go to space. We had almost a billion impressions on that of Richard Branson speaking about our mission and announcing the campaign. And I mean, for me, it just represents the new era that we're in. It in itself is transformational for our nonprofit, and it's like we get to really enter this new era intentionally and be like, okay, this is the narrative. Like I was saying before, this is the narrative that we want to create. This is what space is about. And the leaders in this industry agree. It's about going to space for the benefit of life on Earth. Yeah, I just got off a call with the executive director of Club for the Future, which is Blue Origin's nonprofit. And he was literally saying the same exact thing. We go to space for the benefit of life on Earth. And there's so many ways that, like, technologically that we show that. And it's also like we can do it for the well-being of the people too. And that's what this perspective shifting experience does. Like I was saying before, there's literally psychological studies about how these kinds of perspective shifting experiences can improve our well-being. So, I would just say that we are a global movement. And so having 1 billion people having seen this is incredible to me, to show that this mission is really coming to fruition.
It's wonderful. We do have a question in the chat about the underprivileged. So what are your thoughts on access to space for the underprivileged beyond the $10 ticket you just mentioned? And he means two types of people. One, someone who doesn't have the necessary documents like a green card or citizenship of a developed nation. Right now, the rule is no green card, no access to space. No, the second one, someone poor living in a poor country.
Yeah, it's a good question. So yeah, my thoughts on access to space for underprivileged. So that's basically the reason for our founding is space.
This is why you exist. Yeah.
Yeah. So we if you were selected, no matter where you're from, our one, the one thing that's required for us is that you can speak English, because that is required for the spaceflight providers. And then it's also, you need to be able-bodied, and you also need to be 18 or older. Other than that, we're fully covering all the things for you. Like, we're covering your flights to the country. We're covering your flights with the spaceflight provider. You know, we're talking about, we have an inclusion council that's advising us on best practices here. We're even talking about, like, you know, for example, what if one person like doesn't have a computer and they need a computer to carry out their program? Well, we're talking about like what will we cover for people. We ideally would like to make it accessible to anyone, and if you need a computer, we can help you out with that, you know. So I would say that we're doing everything that we can to make it really accessible to anyone.
You say able-bodied. What does that mean in this context?
So you would have, for the exact description, I would say you should like check in with the flight providers.
Look it up.
But I would say that basically, like, if you're going with Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin, you have pretty intense G forces on your body. You know, like I went skydiving once, and it's not for anyone. You know, like if you're ill, you could pass out during that kind of thing. You know, so I would say that I can't tell you the specifics of what that means, but I can tell you that if being under intense G forces makes it, like, if you think that your body would be at risk from that, like, you could, you know, I don't know, if you're like frail, you might break a bone, or you know, if you're like, I don't know if there's something else going on with you that makes it so that you pass out, I would say it's probably not for you. But I do know that, I mean, William Shatner went and he was 90 years old. So exactly. You know,
you have a degree in aerospace engineering. And you've chosen immediately out of school to go into this kind of work, you know, related to publicity and talking to people, sharing the word. Talk about that decision and what you see in your future.
Good question. It was a very easy decision. I think that I'm grateful for all the brilliant engineers that are working on I wanted to be one of the people to build the spaceships and rockets to make this possible. And I just realized that the reason that I'm here is because of the perspective shift that can happen. Like, that's why space for me. And that's why I'm doing this. And so I think that I can make the greatest, like, that's from a personal level, I can make the greatest impact doing that. And that is what I want to be doing. That's what I believe to be the most important. And I think that all of that is extremely important, but I don't believe that that's the best place for me to put my talents. And I think, and I think that there's people that are much better for that than I am. So that's that decision. And honestly, I mean, working with Space for Humanity is like a dream for me. So that it was just a no-brainer.
Amazing. There are a few notes in the chat. Doesn't look like any of them are questions, but everyone's very appreciative and excited and sharing links. I hope you'll stay for a minute after and send in the links for anything that you mentioned today. Talk just a little bit about the $1 million grant from Blue Origin.
Yeah, so I think you all also likely know, but someone, for the very first ticket, somebody bid $28 million for Blue Origin, which went to their nonprofit, Club for the Future. And a few months following, they decided to give $1 million to 19 different space nonprofits as a way to expand access to space. And incredibly generous, and we're so, so grateful. So yeah, and that came in for us a few months ago. And, we were, like I said, we were founded in 2017. So between that and the Omaze campaign, it's been a really, really transformational year for us. And it's timely because, like I said,
Right.
it's all happening right now. And we're like Space for Humanity is riding this wave right now of human spaceflight, and we're so deeply committed to this mission. So we're grateful for the support of so many incredible leaders in the space industry to really make this mission happen.
Clear and timely aspects of being in the right place at the right time, and doing the right things. Thank you so much for being here for Saturday Space, Rachel.
Thanks, Lee.
All right. Our next speaker was our very first Space Money speaker at Conversations for the Future. Raphael Roettgen is the managing partner of E2MC Ventures, a space-focused venture capital firm. He is also the author of Hoch hinaus, an introductory book on space business, lectures on space entrepreneurship at several universities, and hosts the Space Business Podcast, a really good one. There's so much more we could share about you, Raphael, but let's just jump right into your talk.
Sure, and it's a pleasure to be back to talk about space money. And it seems like every time I come on here, there's more space money to talk about. The pie just keeps on expanding. I mean,
you're a trendsetter. What can I say?
And hopefully we bring some money as investors, we bring some money to the table as well. But might I say, not only money. Money is the easy part in today's world. Hopefully we'll bring much more than money. So I guess I should share my screen, if I may. Right, and hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. What's that? Pleasure to be back. Foundation for the Future, which now also has the Association for the Future, which we're very happy about, right? Basically call it the, what do you want to call it? The financial sector sort of association, financial firms that are involved in space. But I think that's, it's a sign of the times that, as the sector matures, investors are an important part of the ecosystem for space. And, we should have our own group where we can, share experiences and set common objectives. And hopefully all of that will help the most important people in the ecosystem, which is the entrepreneurs building the space companies. So I'm just going to talk a little bit today, not too long, at least some time for questions as well, substantially about a paper I presented at IAC, the International Astronautical Congress, about a week ago in Dubai, about 2 weeks ago in Dubai, when it was taking place. And the paper was called The Final Frontier of the Stock Market, Analyzing Risk, Return, and Other Characteristics of the Increasing Number of Listed Space Companies, because the number is very much increasing. You've already give the introduction of myself, so there isn't really much to add other than highlighting the fact that I am actually originally a financial markets person. I used to work in investment banks and hedge funds and sort of was converted to space and now full-time active in the space sector, mostly my day job as an entrepreneur, seed stage investor in space startups, and then some of the outreach roles that you mentioned, like the podcast and the teaching. Right, so why is this timely to talk about publicly listed space companies? Well, all of the stuff that's going on with SPACs has just substantially increased the number of publicly listed space companies. And that's really what you can see here on this page. And now we've really hit the limit of one page. So if there's any more transactions in the future versions of this presentation, there will have to be several pages, which is good, right? I mean, it's funny, this always happens, right? At some point in time, you probably had a similar page about the internet, and some guy like me talking in 1995 or 6, like, well, here are the 10 listed internet companies so far. And then it just went out of control. Well, it's good to see, right? So, and by the way, this is not even all of the space SPAC mergers on here, because this is what I'd call the recent ones, starting with Virgin Galactic and its merger with Social Capital, which was announced mid-2019, which is now also more than 2 years, right? Almost 2.5 years. But there were actually space SPAC mergers before, 12, 13 years ago from memory. Iridium actually re-emerged via a space SPAC, right? But now you see it here across the board. We have several launch companies, several remote sensing companies. It's kind of exactly what we imagine would be happening. Basically, any sort of business model that's very capital intensive and can benefit from all of the cash that a SPAC merger partner can provide is a potential SPAC candidate. And this sort of characterizes the companies we've seen here. And so you have 13 transactions off this page since and including Virgin Orbit. And also importantly, they've raised over $6 billion thereabouts for the space company. If you had to do this purely privately, it probably would have taken a longer time. So this has really, I think, also accelerated capital inflow to the sector. But the other effect, of course, and this is the topic of this talk and paper, is it has brought or is bringing 13 additional publicly listed space companies. And we'll see that's actually quite a lot given the base number was very low. Sorry, I should take a step back. And SPACs have been the most prominent instrument to take space companies public. We still have traditional IPOs that actually still exists, right? So, we've had companies like MDA doing an IPO earlier this year. Yasat in the Middle East did a big listing as well. And we just had an announcement. Well, I think it's an open secret that Voyager Space Holding is targeting a 2022 IPO. Some other companies as well, some of which I probably shouldn't talk about, but there's several companies in the pipeline, space companies for 2022. And we even had some other mechanisms. So Astrocast, a Swiss IoT constellation, they've also listed, and they did basically what's called a direct listing on the Oslo Stock Exchange, which also went up reasonably well. And then yet another way to list, sort of related to SPACs, but not really actually, is what's called a reverse takeover. And that's, we just had the news a few days ago that Maritime Launch Services in Canada will list via an RTO on one of the Canadian exchanges. So various ways to go public, and more space companies are using it. Sort of the public markets avenue for space companies is now absolutely real. But let's take a step back just to explain how we went about, or how I went about basically writing this paper. First of all, when we look at publicly listed space companies, we need to understand what actually is a space company. And there's a lot of definitions out there. Frankly, all of the space venture funds like ourselves use different definitions. We internally, and for the purposes of this paper, we came up with a definition. First of all, we put a minimum market cap cutoff, which is just for liquidity purposes. Otherwise, things can trade very erratically and can really sort of pollute your analyses. But then the more interesting question, okay, sort of like substantively, what is a space company? And we use a three-part definition. Space company is a space company if one or more of the following are given. The company has assets that go to space. That should be kind of obvious. You send a rocket to space, you send satellites to space, you're a bona fide space company. A second option is if your revenue is substantially and directly dependent on customers in space, but you don't necessarily need to have anything in space yourself. So one easy example of that would be satellite ground station operators, right? Which do not have assets in space, but they wouldn't exist as a business if they didn't have customers who have satellites in space. And then sort of the other way around, could be companies whose revenue is substantially directly dependent on suppliers in space. And one very easy example here is sort of any downstream EO remote sensing company, right? That's basically analyzing satellite imagery. Again, the business model wouldn't exist if there weren't companies who operate satellites and generate data. So that's the definition we use, and hopefully it's a useful one. We then went and took one of the publicly available commercial databases. I think it was Refinitiv, and we started with over 23,000 listed companies. So that's across all sectors, right? And geographically across the world. We ran basically a keywords, like an automated keyword search using, creative keywords like rocket, satellite launch, and things like that. And then that gave us a short list, and we subjected that to human review. And then that basically gave us a list of publicly listed, what we considered publicly listed space companies. Then we also cross-checked that against a couple of other sources. So one other source we looked at, and that's also very relevant to talk about in the context of publicly listed space companies or public markets and space in general, is there are now some passive investment vehicles focused on space. One of which actually has been around for a few years. So these the three bullet points listed here, all ETFs, exchange traded funds, right? The one that has been around the longest is very creative ticker symbol UFO, right? The second one, ROKT, that's actually not only space, but it's probably majority space at the moment. And then the third one is ARK, ARK Investment Management, right? So that's Cathie Wood, obviously one of the most prominent, arguably, fund managers right now in the world. And they announced their space-focused ETF in mid-January this year. On the day it was announced, all of the space stocks basically jumped between 10 and 20% on the fantasy of being included in that ETF. And then from memory, it actually started trading, I think, either at the end of March or beginning of April. It's very interesting. Every time, or when I gave this talk in Dubai, the first question was, well, the ARC index actually has companies like Netflix and John Deere in there, and what do you think? And so just to preempt that question, I mean, it's obviously up to the ETF providers how they define the universe. My guess is that some of these companies are in there because A, you can argue that there's some sort of space link, but B, also they have sufficient liquidity for the ETF purposes. And C, giving the benefit of the doubt, the ETF providers may have actually conducted some, analysis with what we call modern portfolio theory to see whether they actually would be good to throw these companies in there from a targeted risk return perspective. That's my best guess of an answer there. Okay, but coming back to our data set, so after we did that, filtering the public database of listed companies, cross-checking against the ETFs and what companies ETFs use, we came up with about 40 companies worldwide, and that's including the SPACs. And we actually constructed an index only using the ones in the US. That's about 25. And we did that so we didn't have to deal with things like foreign exchange and country risk adjustments. And this is very small print, but this is basically the members of the index we constructed here. So the US space pure play, what we consider pure play space companies. And what you'll see here, if you manage to read it, is basically a mix of, what sometimes people call old space. So companies that have been around for a while, like L'Oreal and Kratos, Iridium, I mentioned, right? Equistar. And then already some of the new space companies, including all of the SPACs, right? Like Redwire and Virgin Galactic and so forth. Okay, if we actually plot the performance of the index, and we're starting here at the beginning of 2016, because before then there wasn't enough critical mass in terms of companies. We see it's done quite well sort of from the end of 2020 onwards. And that's really when we got like a lot of the SPAC announcements, right? And space got like much more prominent in investors' minds. All of the blue boxes on here are SPAC announcements. And actually this cuts off, as you can see on the top right, this was cut off at the end of September. I should have updated it, but I didn't have time. But it wouldn't change the analysis too much. So all of the blue boxes SPAC announcements. The only one that's missing here is the Terran Orbital announcement, which we got a few days ago. The green box here is the Cathie Wood ETF announcement. If you compare that to some of the broad market indices, so NASDAQ composite in blue, S&P 500 in green, it's kind of funny, right? So again, we're starting beginning of 2016, and it looked like space was trading somewhat along the S&P, and then so again, sort of late 2020, the space index made up its mind that it really should trade along with NASDAQ. And we can hypothesize why that is. And again, I would guess one of the guesses would be that's reflecting the investor base that's going into the space companies. Plotting the space index, again, the space index continues in red versus a couple of the ETFs, so UFO and ROKT. We didn't put Cathie Woods on here because it's just started way too recently to have any sort of meaningful analysis that we could do. So the space index here has done quite well. This is not to pat our own shoulders here. It's sort of a little bit unfair because we're not using a real product, right? We're not actually doing real trades, which don't have liquidity impacts and transaction costs and all of that. And also, the ETFs are not including this or only including the SPAC mergers after the SPAC merger is actually shareholder approved and the companies start trading as a new merged company. Whereas in the space index, we actually took them in from the date of announcement, where there's obviously still theoretical risk that the transaction could fall through. It's similar to like merger arbitrage risks in the financial markets, for example. Okay, we ran actually, and in the paper there's much more analysis, but I don't want to bore people here on a presentation. We ran a number of sort of like correlation type analyses. Here, this page shows the correlation between the space index and again, the broad market indices and the ETFs, but also some other completely different asset classes like Bitcoin, BTC, and gold. And again, the correlation to the broad indices is reasonably high in the 70s. It's much higher for the space ETFs, so that's good to see. That kind of makes sense. And then it's actually very low to Bitcoin and gold. At some point in time, there was sort of a worry, like, is there like all of those crypto people love them like space as well? Could there actually be a high correlation between some crypto? And we should actually do it for Ethereum as well. But I mean, it looks, at least looking over this multi-year time frame, it's a relatively low correlation. We also looked at something called beta, which is sort of a very important metric in the financial markets. It's basically when you run a regression of the excess returns of a stock or some other assets over the excess returns of, well, another asset, but very often an index. And that's what we've done here versus NASDAQ. And actually the beta is almost 1. It's very interesting. So it's, it's bouncing around. You see the beta is basically a rolling 180-day window over time. But it's bouncing around 1, and over the time frame, it's close to 1, which sort of kind of, again, argues that the space universe has been trading very much alongside NASDAQ for better or for worse. And that's really all of the data I wanted to present. I mean, we can obviously talk much more about that, and hopefully Lee and others, you have some questions. But again, the good thing here, the main message is that finally, with all of this SPAC activity and other listings, we're at least having a critical mass that we can start running some of these analyses. Until very recently, that wouldn't even have been possible.
Yeah. It's just been the tail on the donkey until you have enough to work with.
Yeah.
We do actually have a question in the chat. To go back to that chart where you show that Space was tracking the New York Stock Exchange and then shifted, or sorry, S&P 500, and then shifted to the NASDAQ. Talk a little bit about the reasons, other than that ETF being listed right when it jumps up, about why you think that might be happening and whether you think it's appropriate.
Oh God, if it's appropriate, I don't know. We should do more analysis on it, but I hypothesize it happened because, the types of investors that came in, which have, a little bit more affinity with technology, maybe some earlier stage companies, maybe some riskier companies, some higher beta companies. Those are the type of NASDAQ investors. And then they kind of basically also, are natural investors for space. That's my best guess why this happened. And again, sort of in late 2020, when this red line really kind of leaves S&P and goes up to NASDAQ, that's also when a lot of the SPAC transactions were announced, right? So Virgin Galactic was a couple of years ago, right? But then really starting in October 2020, we got a bulk of space SPAC merger announcements, right? It started with Momentous. Soon after, there was AST and Science, and then we had, I forget the sequence now, but we had Rocket Lab and Spire and Astra. And again, a lot of companies, which, a lot of investors would probably see as, A, very technological, B, very high risk, back-end loaded valuations, just stuff you generally associate more with NASDAQ, so to say, than with S&P 500. What would be more associated with S&P 500, I guess, would be some of the older space companies, right? So, like a Kratos or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Ashwin asks, what are some of the key performance indicators that space investors, individual space investors in the public markets, should be looking at?
Yeah, so let me take a step back here. So the other thing which I didn't mention, I should have mentioned. So the other nice effect of this is because we have more publicly listed space companies, it makes it more accessible as an investment, right? As we all know until now, and even still now, most of the action is in the private markets, right? Starting with SpaceX, which means that a retail investor who is not accredited, not qualified, right? And then in the US, right? And then other countries have similar definitions, right? Which basically sort of like minimum income and net worth cutoffs, that most retail investors basically couldn't participate in this and still can't participate. So one nice side effect is that as we get more publicly listed space companies, it actually allows retail investors to participate. They could participate directly, buying something like Virgin Galactic or Astra or some of the other listed space companies now, or they could participate in a diversified product. Now, I obviously can't give investment advice here, but sort of my distinct gut feel is that this is a very deep tech sector, sort of like when we market our funds, we very often compare it to things like biotech, right? Mm-hmm. It's like this may not be something where sort of a retail investor goes and actually does her own stock picking. This may not be a good idea necessarily, unless you happen to be very close to it, right? It's sort of like the Jim Rogers type argument, like only invest in stuff that you really know well. Yeah, so you happen to, I don't know, work at NASA, you're a rocket scientist, and you're probably relatively well placed to analyze certain rocket launch companies better than an average person, maybe then. But the majority of people, will not be in that position. It's very deep tech, it's high risk. So my gut feel is that the majority of retail investors who want to participate in that will be much better off going into a diversified product, like one of these ETFs. The metrics at the end of the day shouldn't be so, the quantitative metrics shouldn't be so different than from any other type of stock. It's like, can this company actually produce enough cash flow at some point in time to justify it? At some point in time, right? We understand it's back end loaded in many business models in space. But at some point in time, you need to like produce the cash flow to justify your valuation. But in order to come to that conclusion, to evaluate, well, is that likely? Or is something going to happen that's going to make that unlikely that you realize the cash flow, and including things like technology risks? Again, that's really a not trivial question that requires expert evaluation, and hence probably that's why retail investors should go into the passive. It doesn't have the passive, but into a diversified product.
Diversified. Yeah, you made the distinction sort of as a sidebar between your work as an investment banker and your work now as a venture capitalist. Talk about how the two come together in your skill set to make you better at this than everybody else, or to give you special insight.
Yeah, God, difficult question. But I think at the end of the day, there's various ways you can create value in a company, right? And we start from the seed stage. So there's a lot going on the operational side. And again, hopefully as investors, we bring far more than capital. We also bring the operational expertise, and that can come in various ways. It can come even on the technical side, because as we evaluate the companies, we always bring in technical due diligence advisors, and we have a range of standing technical due diligence advisors, and the companies usually really appreciate that. They usually say that we do much deeper due diligence than anybody else, or at least at the same level. And then sometimes these conversations continue with the technical due diligence advisors even after we have invested. So that's one way to add value. But let's call it the technical side. But there's the whole business side as well. Sort of like, how do you build a company?
Yeah.
How do you hire a team? What about governance? What kind of board members should you have? How many? What should they be doing? The commercial side. Well, okay, now you have some nice space product or service. How are you actually going to sell that? What's your go-to-market strategy? How should you structure your commercial team, your sales team? So all of that stuff you can help as well. And then kind of finally coming to your question about investment banker, there is the financial side as well, right? So if we're thinking about, okay, well, so we just invested in a fundraising round. Okay, now when should you be having your next round? How big should that be? What kind of investors should you have? And then ultimately, of course, okay, what about the exit? When should we exit? For what valuation? Who should we talk to? I mean, and those last couple of categories I mentioned are basically investment banking work.
Right. That's wonderful. Last time you were here, we talked about how big established companies, the Lockheed Martins of the world, are there to help buy up, help companies with exits, right?
Yes.
And that's a very natural process when new companies are doing different things from what the big established companies are doing. How would you say those companies are doing with that activity? Are they doing it the right way? Are they doing it the right times? And do they get rewarded for good behavior in their stock prices? Or are we not really seeing that at this point?
That's a really good question. And, we should run some analysis on that. My gut feel is the data set is still too small. I mean, we had some of these transactions now. I think even the last time I was here, that we already had things like, Raytheon buying satellite company. I'm blanking now. Blue Canyon. Right?
Yeah.
And we've had some examples of that. And, again, as I probably mentioned the last time, I think that's sort of almost inevitable, because you have these, call it new or slightly different technologies, like different in the sense of that they wouldn't have been done inside the aerospace majors, like much smaller satellites and things like that. Or it could be different types of propulsion or whatever, just sort of in the same way as happened in things like fintech, right? You have the big banks, but then there might be some new interesting product extension, and the big banks are not really placed to do it in-house culturally, and hence they buy like the fintech startup. So I think, we'll see that happening in the aerospace field as well, where whether it's a Lockheed or Boeing or Airbus or Safran or whatever, these big companies may not be culturally in the best place to pursue this innovation in-house. They may just, almost outsource it to the startups.
Yeah.
And then at the right time, buy one of those startups. Another sector where that's very prevalent, extremely prevalent, right, is the pharmaceutical sector, right?
Yeah.
Basically, pharmaceutical sector basically became substantially a marketing and production machine for drugs, right? But like a lot of the innovation is actually done in small biotechs. And maybe that's going to happen on the aerospace side as well, that you have a lot of innovation going forward happening in the smaller startups, and then the big aerospace majors can bring expertise like, how to handle the government and do certain contracts and things like that. So I suspect that's going to continue. But again, unfortunately, probably the data set is too small to say, like, are they doing it well? And we have to wait a little bit. I think also the transactions for now are too small to actually see any sort of meaningful effect in the share price or do any analyses on that. Now, the other interesting thing, and I forget what we talked about this the last time. So on the acquisition side, there's not only the aerospace majors, right? We now have had several examples of basically bigger space company, like startups, well, no longer startups, but like some of the that used to be startups became bigger and have now gone through SPACs, right? And have raised a few $100 million on average.
Redwire,
those companies
for
starting
example?
to make, sorry,
like Redwire is.
Yeah. So Redwire is an example. Redwire, we have an example. I mean, Redwire is kind of almost set up to do that, right? Because Redwire is clearly a consolidation player. So that's almost their core business, so to say, is kind of making smart add-on acquisitions. And people will have seen a few days ago, they announced the acquisition of TechShot, very interesting company. Yeah. But even companies which are not set up to be necessarily consolidation players, like Astra buying Apollo Fusion, or Spire buying Exact Earth. This is also another very interesting trend, that you now have these companies that have a lot of cash through the SPAC transactions, starting to make add-on acquisitions of startup space companies. Lastly, related to the public markets, for completeness, I should mention, and that's an announcement from yesterday. So people may have seen Viasat merging with Inmarsat. That's of course another thing that could happen, or another example would be the sort of the Lockheed Aerojet proposed transaction, or the Orbcomm transaction. We may also, especially on the more traditional side, see more consolidation as another type of response to all of the things that are going on in the space sector. That, of course, means that we have a net reduction of public companies, but there you go.
Well, there are many startups in line for IPOs behind them, so making room. Obviously, in space investing, there's a lot of risk, and so it's a natural result that many of the investments you make would not work out. But can you tell us about an investment that you considered a mistake and what you learned from it?
I wish I could, but we're sort of too early on. So we haven't had a failure. I mean, I absolutely expect that we will have failures. I mean, we're a seed stage venture fund, right? So I mean, if there was sort of like, 80% failure rate, it wouldn't be out of the extraordinary. I hope it will happen for reasons that we expected. So as seed stage investors, I very much see us paid to take certain risks, right? So, we might invest, and we are investing in some very fancy technology. Like that, in some cases, will just not work out. Like we'll just hit like something, we're like, okay, we thought this would work, but physics said no. Like, actually, that would be bad. It's like hopefully we didn't miss anything on the physics side, right? But like something like in the execution of the actually engineering, the system integration, like something just didn't work out. It just happens, right? But we're paid to take those risks, right? So if that's the kind of failure, that's fine. What would not be acceptable if we really miss something in due diligence, like we invest in technology that was kind of doomed from the start because it's kind of at the limits or beyond the limits of physics, or we invest in a founding team that turned out to be questionable, or that kind of failure. Those kind of failures we definitely want to avoid.
Yeah. How much fun are you having? Is this super fun relative to the work you've done?
I can't believe I'm doing this for a living. It's just incredible. And, I'm having this conversation, I was actually, before this call, my last two calls were two other, venture investor, one being a full-time space investor, another one sort of part-time space investor. And at some point in time in the conversation, they both said the same thing. It was like, oh my God, I'm having so much fun doing this.
Yeah.
It's really incredible. It goes along with something that I say very often, that I have yet to meet a person who is a former space person. It just doesn't seem to exist. You have like people like, I used to be an investment banker, I used to be whatever, but I used to be in space. I haven't seen that.
Fascinating. I can think of just one. A last question, sort of a corollary to the earlier question. what investment so far are you most proud of and why?
Yeah, again, so the data set is relatively small. There's some stuff I can't talk about, but sort of like, let's talk about something that was recently in the news. So we were seed stage investors in the Space Perspective, right?
Yeah.
Many people will know it, but for those who don't know, that's basically a company that's proposing to use stratospheric balloons for quote unquote space tourism. And I'm just going to qualify this, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble with Laura Forczyk here. They're not technically going to space,
right?
But their customers will still basically consider this space tourism. Like the person who buys that ticket is basically doing that because they want to get a space type experience. And, you go up to these altitudes like 100, 120,000 feet. You clearly see the curvature of Earth. You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere. You see black sky, stars. Sun is a yellow disk in the sky. And hopefully you will get a sense of the overview effect. So I'm really proud of this investment because I think we bet on an absolutely outstanding team, Jane and Tabor, and they're executing exactly in the way that I expected. They're having good great commercial traction already. They're doing very well in the operational timelines. And again, beyond the monetary return, I think this is going to substantially help to increase the number of people who can have that experience, which the potential overview effect experience, which is I didn't see all of the talk, but I saw Rachel from Space of Humanity was speaking prior to me. And of course, that's what they're all about, right? The importance of the overview effect. And I'm really happy we're investing in a company that's hopefully facilitating that as well.
Raphael, I always said I wanted to have you back. Thank you so much for being
Sure,
here.
it's a pleasure.
And yeah, I really had fun.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marc Tasse. He is an investigative and forensic accountant, a seasoned award-winning lecturer at the Executive MBA program and the Common Law section at the University of Ottawa's Faculty of Law, and delivered various presentations at Harvard University. Globally recognized as an expert on corporate misconduct, crisis response, and ethical leadership, Mr. Tasse advises his clients on high-profile and sensitive cases related to alleged corruption, fraud, money laundering, financial misconduct, conflict of interest, and breach of fiduciary duty. As an international independent corporate monitor and a member of the International Association of Financial Crimes Investigators, he is often retained to conduct internal investigations under the direction of the Audit Committee and also under the direction of the Ethics and Governance Committee of the Board of Directors. Marc, we thought we had better include you in this discussion before our enthusiasm gets too frothy over here. The screen is yours, and thanks for being here.
Well, thank you very much, Lee, and good afternoon, everyone, or good evening for some of you that might already be evening. So I'll start sharing my screen in a second. I'll open up my presentation and make sure that it's full screen. Okay, so at this time, you should see my presentation full screen. Thank you very much.
Looks perfect.
It does actually. It does
matches
actually
my jacket.
what you're wearing. Exactly. Yeah. and we had not even talked before, so that's great.
Did not pre-plan.
So, okay, that being said, as you all know, businesses in the space industry are coming under increased scrutiny both at home and abroad. And the international trend towards tougher legislation and increased enforcement of various laws internationally make non-compliance a real risk that companies must address as a business priority. And I was listening to Raphael that was talking before. It's so true. Whenever you want to actually go public or you want to go to an M&A, one of the things that is very important is your reputation. And the buyer will be making a vetting of your organization and will be looking to see if you don't have any issues or lawsuit against you or outstanding lawsuit or allegation of misconduct of any type. And I got to admit that these days, whenever we're talking about unethical behavior, we're talking about a lot of stuff. For example, and I'm going to focus now on mostly the financial one, but still, there could be allegation of collusion, corruption, bribery, bid rigging, ghost vendors, ghost employees. So that's the financial one that we're mostly used with. But there is also issues with your supply chain. And a lot of you probably are doing business with a lot of different vendors in their supply chain. And with COVID-19, one of the things that we saw is that organized crime has started infiltrating legit companies. So some of your suppliers might have been facing some issues financially and were not able to get money through the traditional way, and organized crime has actually stepped in. And usually when they stepped in, they're really, really quiet. They don't say a word. They're really like silent partners. But on the other hand, they use the company to launder money. So out of a sudden, you can be named in the media as being part of a money laundering scheme. And you say, you know what, like I never had that. So that in terms of the reputational risk, that's disastrous. We talk about modern slavery, human trafficking, child labor, non-respect of safety and environmental issues. So those are all elements that might affect you at one point. We would hope that it's never going to affect you. But as you will be growing bigger and bigger and doing business internationally, those are issues that you might be facing, and you need to be able to manage that risk. So how do we do that? Well, first, to start off with, one thing that we have to keep in mind is there is an element that we always refer to as the fraud triangle. And basically what it means is that for you to perform an unethical decision, there's need to be three different elements that are present. So the first one is the pressure. So you need to get something out of it. So if you're going to make an unethical decision, you need to make the best out of it, something out. So it could be because you're having financial issues, personal issues, work-related issues, any type. They also need to have an opportunity. And the opportunity usually relate to weak or non-existing internal control, or you overly trust someone within the organization. You blindly trust the person because the person has been with you since the start. So the person has a pressure, the person sees an opportunity, and then it comes down to the rationalization process. And that's the part that is the most dangerous one. How can people rationalize unethical decisions? Well, sometimes they'll say, well, I'm only borrowing the money. I will give it back whenever my financial situation will improve. Or, like we saw from time to time, when they say management isn't honest, so why should I be? And I usually really hate when I hear that, because it means there's a culture of non-ethical type of decision that is being taken. And I don't like that. But I will tell you why sometimes we're facing issues with top management, because this is something that you might be facing. And first of all, within your organization or organization that you're dealing with, there was probably always something that is called the ethics and compliance program. And if you don't have one, eventually you will have one. But we're using two words that I don't like to see together: compliance and ethics. Because to me, compliance means respecting the letter of the law. So you're complying to something. On the other hand, ethics means to respect the spirit of the law. So the intention. And very often in between, you have what we call the flaw in the law. So you're caught between two things. Either you want to be ethical or you just want to be compliant. And sometimes there is people that will be there in a way to help you out, but also to put you in trouble, unfortunately. These people, I refer to them as the CLO. I know for some of you, CLO might stand for Chief Legal Officer. In my world, CLO stands for Chief Loophole Officer. You know, the person who's always there to find the loophole that will tell you, okay, so if you want to make that deal in this country, in that country, well, that's the law. So if you do this, you're going to be okay. Even though you're non-ethical at all, it doesn't really matter for them because you're respecting the letter of the law, but you're never respecting the spirit of the law. And you might say, yes, but Marc, why would people do so? It's going to come and bite them back at one point. I agree. But one thing that we have to keep in mind right now is we are at this moment, hopefully in a post-pandemic era. So we think the pandemic is over. So what will come out of that is the stakeholders will actually want to have good financial performance. So they will be expecting that from you. You have a business, people are going to say, okay, now that the pandemic is over, you should be back on track and we're expecting good results. What that does, it actually put pressure on the C-level suite. So, you know, every day we hear about athletes, we hear about stars that are actually suffering from anxiety. Now, let me tell you something. The C-suite does also suffer from anxiety from time to time. And we call that financial performance anxiety. So the problem is that they know that the stakeholders are expecting good return, are expecting good results. So they might be inclined to be compliant more than ethical because they say, you know what, we have no choice. The rationalization process that I was talking about. And on top of that, about 3 years ago, Forbes magazine did a survey to find out what type of personality the CEO of the Fortune 500 magazine had. And do you know which one came out on top? There were two, narcissistic and sociopath. And I'm really sorry there is some C-level people on that call today. I'm not pinpointing at you, but it's just that usually executive believe in controls, believes in procedures, believe in compliance and ethics, but they don't think it applies to them because they say, I'm the CEO, I know better, I have to run this business, I have to keep this business afloat. If I don't make that decision, well, maybe we're going to go belly up or whatsoever. So they're kind of nervous. So that being said, this is why it's important to find a solution, because otherwise you're going to expose yourself to a reputational risk that you're not going to be able to manage. Because financial risk, there's always an accountant who can help you with that. Legal risk, always a really good lawyer that will help you out with it. But what about the reputational risk? If you make a decision and that decision is non-ethical and someone finds out about it, and instead of using your, if you have one, your whistleblowing management system that is in place within your organization, they don't believe in it, they're afraid of it, they decide to go on the social media. Well, within 48 hours, you will actually have everything, your world will be turned upside down and will define if you're guilty or not, and will even give you your sentence within 48 hours. So you need to have a program in place, first of all, in order to avoid non-ethical decision-making in situation that requires reflection. So I'm coming up with something that I say, those are 10 steps that executives should be taking in order to mitigate their reputational risk. I'm not saying to eliminate, because we can never eliminate a risk. We can only mitigate it to an acceptable level. So one of the things that you should be doing in order to avoid everything that I spoke before, well, first of all, create an ethics committee of the board. That would be a subcommittee of the board. Appoint a high-ranking chief ethics and compliance officer. Establish and post online ethical and compliance procedures that you believe in. Promote quality and safety with clear escalation process. Develop measurable integrity performance that will encourage people to have good behavior. I'll give you an example. When you make like a bonus to a salesperson, so if you actually reach a certain target of sales, we'll give you a bonus. Well, you should reward them even though they have not reached the bonus. If they come back to you and they say, you know what, I didn't reach the bonus because I didn't close the deal. I didn't close the deal because the client was asking for a bribe and I couldn't feel comfortable with it. So I decided not to do it because they might not be helping you financially, but they're actually protecting the reputation of the organization. And if you're a board member, one thing you have to realize is that as a board member, you have a fiduciary duty. And part of your fiduciary duty is the duty of care, which involve prevent, detect, inform, and correct. So if you don't do that, you're going to be perceived as being negligent. If you're negligent, you're exposing yourself to class action. And the directors and officers liability insurance will not cover you if they can show you were negligent. So that's why it's important to put a system in place that is robust and that will not tolerate any type of misbehavior. You also need to really focus on when you hire middle management and employees. Ask them the question, have you ever encountered an ethical dilemma? How did you deal with that? Make interactive training to communicate the essential element of a compliance program. Also make sure that you put a whistleblowing hotline in place. And I know around the world, people always refer to that as a whistleblowing hotline, and we refer to the people who use it as whistleblowers. Got to admit, I'm not too keen about it. I would prefer calling it a ethical line, and the people that reports are not whistleblowers, but are ethics ambassadors within your organization. Always looks better and always incline more people to participate. Make sure that they're not retaliated against. That's so important. You know, we hear that very often on the media, that people are getting retaliated against because they reported something that was non-ethical. You need to protect your employees, because otherwise they're going to go anonymously on the social media, and then you have no control on what's going to come out of it. Apply the rule evenly across the organization. So if it involves executive board members, it should also have the same consequences that if it was an entry-level position. And be prepared for compliance failure, okay? That's something. People who believe that, oh, this will not happen to me, it's not true. It will happen. You might not be aware of it until it hits the media or law enforcers come to your door and knock on it. So I know I'll have a short period of time, but you will have access to my PowerPoints that you can look at it if you want after. I actually described the different element of an effective compliance program that you might look at. And also, I put this big picture that I really like, which is the ISO 37001 standard, which is called Anti-Bribery Management System. And since about 2 months now, there's something called ISO 37002, which is a whistleblowing management system. Basically, it's an ISO standard is always best practice in the industry and around the world. I would say use it to benchmark what you already have. And if you don't have a program in place, well, use it to establish one. You don't need to be certified with it if you say we don't want to invest the money or we don't have the time. But at least use it as a benchmarking tool. Always important, because if ever you want to do business with people that will require you to have a compliance and ethics program, at least you can say, well, my program is good because when I benchmark it against the ISO standard, well, at least most of the major element I actually comply with. That's always good for you. And that ISO 37001 standard came into effect in October 2016. But I have to tell you something, because you might have heard about that story. The first company around the world that got actually certified ISO 37001 was an Italian company. 6 months later, they arrested the CEO for participating in bribery and corruption. And people were saying, oh my God, what about that? Those auditors didn't do a good job because they actually certified the company ISO 37001 and the CEO got arrested. Well, you know what was the spin out of it? They said, no, it's the opposite. It's a really good standard that we put in place, because what happened is the employees realized that they were doing things that were against the law or against the procedures. And with that standard, they finally found out, and we had established such a great whistleblowing management system in place that the employees reported. They weren't afraid of retaliation. They reported that the CEO did something wrong. At the time when they arrested the CEO, it's always bad publicity. But on the other hand, it's sent a very strong signal to people to say, we don't tolerate those type of behavior. And if you're going to mergers and acquisition, or you want to go to an IPO, you need to have a robust program, not one that you actually got from your law firm when you asked them, could you send me a copy of a compliance and ethics program, and you just change the name, the little fill in the blank one. That doesn't stand strong in court. And the people who actually understand how a robust program should look like, well, as soon as you will send that to them, they'll say, hey, that's a boilerplate one. We don't technically give much attention to it. So that will increase the value of your company, because keep in mind, if there is reputational risk, the value of your company will get hit, and mergers and acquisition will take very, very long, and there will always be money in escrow for a long period of time. So you want to avoid that as much as possible. And that standard, also what it does, even though it's called anti-bribery, it also touches anything that goes from corruption to facilitation payment and conflict of interest. And whenever we're talking conflict of interest, keep in mind there's 3 different levels: appearance of a conflict of interest, a potential conflict of interest, and an actual conflict of interest. And when it hit the social media, it doesn't really matter if it's just a perception of a conflict of interest. It will hit it hard. And especially in your industry, if you're dealing with government department and stuff like that, appearance of a conflict of interest is never good. So you want to avoid that. So if you look at that standard, it does actually address it. So in conclusion, before I open up for questioning, I would say the challenge for board of directors member and C-level suite is being ethical in a world that is characterized by moral relativism, where guidelines for behaviors are being constantly blurred, such as absolute right and wrong no longer seems to apply. The danger of it is that, yes, it's true, it's very, very blurred, but people who actually want, because some people don't like the space industry or whatsoever, if they want to use it as propaganda against you and put it on the social media, you need to be prepared. You need to say, even though it's blurred, we believe in ethical values. We have a program in place, because I could have been talking to you about how we audit company and what we find, but you know what? That's only scary stuff. Let's look at the future, because we're talking space. So let's look at what's next and try to put in place things that will be helpful. That being said, I'm stopping my presentation here and I'm open for questions as much as you want.
Thank you, Marc. I particularly liked the fraud triangle. I think a lot of crimes kind of have some interacting pieces like that drive whether
And if I can add, sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but you see, we always refer to it as the fraud triangle. But now if you go online, you'll see we call that the fraud diamond. They call that the seduction of fraud. They included another element. The fourth one is boldness. The fact that people don't even care, they're not even afraid of the consequences. They say, you know what, everyone does it in my industry. Even if I get caught, I'm only going to have a slap on the hand. So, I don't care. So the boldness part has just been coming up for the last 4 or 5 years. And we realize that some companies say, hey, if I get caught in something, I'll ask for a deferred prosecution agreement and I'll pay the fine, but I'll still be in business. So that's the sad part of it.
Do you tend to see, Raphael was talking about how there are really just barely starting to be enough publicly traded space companies that we can start to do any kind of analysis on them and how they're performing. When an industry is that young and growing so quickly, is that a place where you see more problems typically, or does it not matter? It's everywhere. It's kind of the same, and it's just a matter of investigation.
I would say, unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. It's
Yeah.
always about, first of all, what is the industry practices? What does the industry tolerate? And secondly, it's how much money is involved. Is it worth it? Are you going to get something that will be worth it at the end? And finally, it's always about, does it involve like governments? Does it involve large institutional investors? Because when it does, these people really care about the reputational risk, and they are the one that will impose to you to say, you need to have a robust program. You need to be really like making moves ahead of things. You should not be in reaction. You should be, and the solution is always to say, do not reward chief loopholes officers. They're short-term gain, long-term pain. But when you're in trouble, they're great. They will take you out of trouble. They're like they're Ray Donovan of business. Yeah, it's cool. But on the other hand, even with Ray Donovan, it had a bad ending. It never had good endings, unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say.
Yeah. We have a question in the chat. Reputation is a legacy of trustworthy conduct. We have already seen a noted space founder attempt to take a private, confidential briefing as if he created the innovation in question. How should the space startup community create a code of conduct whereby such absconding would be called out as wrong, unprofessional, and publicly untrustworthy?
Well, I would say is within the member of the industry, you should not look up to those person that act like that. You should stand for it. To say, you know what, like what you're saying is not true. We don't want to associate with you. We don't want to be around you. You isolate these people. Because if you're fighting them, they'll always find reason to argue with you. It's like kids, if you're just confronting them, you need to outsmart them. You need to let them alone to say, you know what, like, we know that you really believe that what you did is totally ethical, but we don't. So we don't do business with you. So when you do that, you kind of marginalize them. And very often, this is the best way to do it.
I like the reference to child rearing there. The reason, what made me think of calling you, it was several months ago, we had a speaker who talked about trying to get funding for some research that he was doing. And he said that he had approached a few companies in our industry that had said, yes, we'll fund your research if the answer to the research is X. And I was a little surprised that it was so blatant because even in an industry like oil and gas, where I came from, and you do some work in, I hadn't encountered that in 15 years of helping to fund research programs and collaborating with regulatory agencies. I had never seen an executive of mine in my company make any kind of demands, and it was always very above board. So, talk a little bit about that particular problem and where you see it.
Well, I do think it reflects the anxiety that some executives are facing right now. They want to show results. They want to actually have supporting documents that will support their non-ethical behavior. And the problem is that the way they see it right now, they say, hey, I'm going to ask for it. And even if someone turn it down or goes public about it, what's going to be the consequences? They figure that it's better to ask and get caught, like as we say, ask for forgiveness, but they figure it's better to ask for it, get caught, and then say, you know what, I didn't do anything wrong. You might have misunderstood what I said. And people are beginning better and better at saying things that you say, come on, man, are you really believing I'm going to believe that? I'll give you an example. I was watching, there was a trial a few years ago, and the guy went and he swear under oath that he never went to the office of the mayor. And the mayor swear under oath that he signed twice. And they both swear under oath. So there was an investigative journalist that came out and asked the entrepreneur, say, you know what, like you swear under oath, you never went there. The mayor swear under oath that he saw you twice. So basically one of you was lying. And you know what the guy said? He said, I'll tell you what really happened. We both told the truth. And when people were really amazed, like, how can you both tell the truth and say something totally opposite? He said, I'll tell you what happened. The mayor saw someone who looked like me, but it was not me. It was an illusion. He saw someone getting into his office, but not sitting with him, but just walking into his office. He thought that person was me. It was an illusion. An illusion is not the reality. That's why we call that an illusion. So he said, when he testified under oath that he saw me, he told the truth based on an illusion. When I testify under oath, I told the truth based on the reality. It's just to show you how people can twist situation now. There are always people that we refer to as spin doctors. They're dangerous because they will take a bad situation and make it look good. So in what the example you were sharing is that probably the person said it and said, you know what, if the other person don't want to agree with it, well, on the other end, I'm going to be able to spin it around to say, no, it's because those are our values and we want to make sure you have the same values as us, but you have your total academic freedom, even though we know it's not true. So.
Yeah. Our next panel is about investing in space and in space companies. And I'm sure all of our panelists have due diligence that they do on the management teams they're looking at. What are some key things you talked about, this anxiety, this opportunity? Talk about some of the pressures that a CEO who's funded by a VC should not be experiencing when they are in the process of being funded, and what they should look for.
Well, I think they should be accountable and they should be honest to say, you know what, we know you want to hear that, but we'll tell you the truth. And I'm quite sure that whoever you're actually going to be meeting with, if you tell them, I know that you would really love to hear that, but you know what, I cannot say that to you, because if I was to say that to you, unfortunately, that would be non-ethical, and we don't do business that way. And the fact that you're being honest, people value that because they're going to be in a long-term relationship with you, and they want to make sure that their investment will be a sound investment. So they don't want one morning to hear that in the news you participated in something that was non-ethical and it does affect their reputational risk. So they're really concerned about their reputational risk, and they will do, when they do their risk assessment, they also look at the personality of the people that they deal with. And they say that person suffers from performance anxiety. It means that person is vulnerable. So it means that person could be a potential risk for us. So it all comes down to risk. And whenever we say we have a residual risk and we try to mitigate it to an acceptable level. So if they see you as a person that will lie just to get out of trouble, they'll see a high risk. If they see a high risk, they'll ask for a high return, which in the long run will make the project not viable.
Yeah, yeah. One last question. You said you didn't want to focus on the negative, but I'm sure you have some really good stories. Tell us a quick anecdote about something that went horribly wrong and what happened.
Well, we had a company that was winning contract all the time around the world, and actually, I can name the company because it was public. SNC-Lavalin. SNC-Lavalin engineering firm were winning contract all the time in Libya, and their percentage of winning was so high that someone should have actually raised concern. They weren't. It turns out that there were some bribes, payment paid, and corruption. But they settled with a deferred prosecution agreement, and everything they thought was over. Now, board members are being sued by ex-shareholders that are being sued for being negligent. So now there is class action against the directors who says, you know what, like we were only directors. That has never been brought to our attention. It's not about was that brought to your attention. It's about did you ask about it? Did you inquire? To turn a blind eye doesn't stand strong anymore in court. So that's an horror story, I would say, because I think the people who were on board, some of them might not have known. But on the other hand, they should have wondered, how come we always win? You know, if you always win, well, either you were born under a lucky star or there's something wrong. So sometimes it's option number 2.
Prevent, detect, inform.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Marc. Really appreciate your perspective and a little
Pleasure.
bit different flavor for our Space Money event.
Have a great day. Take care.
You too. I am very excited about this next conversation. It's expensive, it's risky, it's long term, but people love it. It's the future of space. It costs real money and somebody's got to fund it. Today, we're going to talk about space investing and the changing landscape around it. I'll introduce our panelists and then we'll get kicked off. Michael Mealing is a general partner with Starbridge Venture Capital and the president of the Moon Society. He has been an entrepreneur in the space sector since 2004 and has worked in venture capital since 2015. He received an MBA from Georgia Tech in 2011. Michael was also the first person booked for this Space Money event, probably a good 6 months ago. Thank you, Michael, and congratulations on your recent fundraising success. Lise Rich is a successful investor, strategist, communicator, and operator. She is a founding and managing partner of Hemisphere Ventures, an early-stage venture capital firm focused on frontier tech and top VC in the space sector. Hemisphere's portfolio includes more than 30 space companies, including Axiom Space, Umbra Lab, Planet IQ, and Made in Space, referenced earlier in our talks today. Ms. Rich is founder and chief operating officer of Explore, the first commercial space company to offer space as a service, another type of SaaS, from payload hosting to instrument tasking via its platforms, the highly capable ESPA-class X-Craft and next-gen space drone, the Lightcraft. Lisa, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, great to be here.
Carie Lemack is an experienced innovator skilled in conceiving and building ideas and products into globally recognized entities with more than 2 decades of experience in entrepreneurial endeavors, organizational management, advocacy, and security policy. Carie is currently advising and investing in early-stage aerospace and deep tech startups, as well as serving as a co-founder and board member of the Z Factor Fellowship, building a more diverse and innovative aerospace industry by engaging with students from underrepresented backgrounds through hands-on experience, leadership training, and community service. Carie, we're glad to have you on this panel. And Jeff Crusey, returning, is a self-taught engineer turned entrepreneur and investor across a variety of deep tech fields. He spent nearly a decade working with space tech startups and leads the investment team at Seraphim Space, the oldest and most prolific space tech specialist fund with $350 million in asset under management. Thank you, Jeff, for returning for this discussion. All right, my first question is for Jeff. You used to work at Viasat, and we've talked about that deal a couple of times throughout the day. Can you weigh in briefly from an ex-insider perspective?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things going on. They are intent on building out more revenue streams in the mobile market. So Inmarsat's got a lot of customers in the maritime domain. That marries well with Viasat's leadership role in commercial air. So I think on that aspect, yeah, makes tons of sense. Gives them a fairly dominant position in the Ka band as well, which, you know, spectrum is always a land grab. And then, yeah, I think it also expands their global reach as well, well beyond the US, which is where they've been focused historically. So I think it makes a ton of sense to consolidate, also in response to, you know, a lot of the competitive pressures that they're looking at in terms of a lot of the mega constellations going up as well.
That's great. And in looking at it, I saw that Warburg Pincus is a private equity owner of Inmarsat. I know them from the energy world, and they don't even mention space as a sector they're in on their website, and only mention telecommunications in one market around the world. Michael, how many VCs and PEs are actually in the space sector without explicitly talking about it?
We're seeing it depends on the market that a given startup company is servicing, because what we see a lot are, for example, if someone's doing an Earth observation business that has any kind of exposure to ag tech, you're getting a lot of agriculture-oriented VCs coming in. In some of the lunar infrastructure and some of those conversations, you're even seeing industrial oriented VCs for equipment being involved. You tend to have at least one or two space VCs who are involved in the deal and sometimes lead them, because we're able to help with the space oriented due diligence. But there's a fair amount of diversity in the number of VCs that are in the sector, who look at the target markets of some of these companies. And so it's fairly diverse. A perfect example is, for example, DCVC has been invested in a few space companies, not because they view them as space, it's because they view them as part of their geospatial information systems vertical. So in that sense, because space touches so much of our economy, you do get a bit of diversity when it comes into that.
Thank you very much. And now let's get into the meat. I just couldn't resist jumping into that just a little bit before going around our panel to hear about your investment thesis with your organization and just sort of how you go about the work. Lisa, would you like to start by talking about Hemisphere?
Yeah, thank you. Hemisphere Ventures is a frontier technology firm that also specializes in space. We were early to the table in understanding, I think, this combination of software and hardware opportunities where you have a compounded outcomes from the marriage of software applications and hardware. And so while most of the world was looking at SaaS models, we were saying what's happening in synthetic biology, robotics, drones, and the space sector. And so we saw these, nice marriages happening between data scientists and automated platforms and hardware, and that companies could be producing a product that actually platforms, if you will, where they would have these expanded outcomes that, for example, in a platform company that even this was inspiration for our company Explore, is the idea that you have multiple streams of revenue you can achieve by a multi-mission vehicle. For example, we were investors in Axiom Space, for example, and understanding that, you once you have a space station and a destination in space that's private, the activities that occur on that space station and the capability of having revenues of sending astronauts to that station and hosting them and training them. There are a lot of different ways that the company is defensible in finding revenue streams. So that's really just the core of the model that we look at is, can you get to revenue in some creative way while you're looking at this long-term harder problems that you're solving, in Axiom's case, like building the whole space station, right? So all the companies that we invest in have to prove some early capability to get to revenue. We really like to see those milestones met. And right now we're looking at deals in the space sector because it's so hot. We're seeing PowerPoint pitches that don't have any traction. It's just, here's a team of people and here's where they worked and here's our idea, so we're raising money. And I just had to say, like, this is not how raising should be. It should be not just a team, but a business plan and traction. And then the evaluation question as well is an issue because we're seeing inflated expectations on valuations. And I think that's a challenge for the industry. I'm personally very concerned about it.
Yeah, I think this is what you mentioned on social media earlier that you wanted to get out on the table. So we'll come back and talk more about that as a group.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carie, do you want to talk about your angel investing?
Sure. Thank you so much. It's great to be on this panel. And obviously, angel investing is very different than what the other panelists are focused on. So it's almost an apples and oranges in the sense that when you think about the timelines, the kinds of returns that venture capitalists are looking for, it's a little bit different. And obviously where we come in, some of the folks here will probably talk about whether or not they're early or seed stage, but that is absolutely where an angel investor comes in. So, just to explain some of the differences, obviously angels are, investing their own money and have to go through a whole process of accreditation, which I am not a lawyer, so I don't want to say exactly what's required for that because it seems to change. But someone can easily Google that and find out if you can become an accredited investor, which someone with special skill set and knowledge can usually make that happen. So I'm sure most of the people who are listening today or watching today would have that just from their interest in space. But really what I love what Lise just shared about the team and the traction. And obviously at an earlier stage where more angels come in, that looks a little bit different in terms of what traction can and should be. But I think the team aspect is always going to be critical. And as an angel investor, that's something that I really look at is, who are these individuals? Obviously, does their tech, is it possible? Does it have the standards? But are they going to be a team that's capable of meeting all of the challenges that they're going to face? And for me, a lot of that too comes into diversity. And that can be obviously also, what people look like in their backgrounds, but also how they think. Diversity and mindset, I think, is really important for me when I'm looking at an organization, as well as an ability to want to learn and grow. Because obviously when you're working with founders who have just started, they are going to need to grow because they don't know everything. And again, they're in a different stage from where the other panelists are going to be looking at them. But I think another big thing for an angel investor to think about is the fact that you are getting in usually closer to the ground floor, so that the kinds, you're not looking to get 10Xs in 7 to 10 years for your other, for your limited partners, but you are trying to find one that's going, one can make a big splash if you get one winner. So I think some other things to think about. Of course, the odds for any startup are never great, but hopefully your own due diligence is going to find those needles in a haystack.
Thank you, Carie. Jeff?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we focus on really early on with a lot of the companies that we talk to is the tech. We view that quite often as one of the major differentiating factors. So, I mean, and it doesn't mean we don't look at team and, the business fundamentals, but, the tech drives a lot of, what those fundamentals actually look like and where they occupy a market and so forth. So I would say we differ a little bit in that, that's really what we scrutinize very early on. And, sometimes, a lot of space companies don't have the benefit of getting traction, even by their Series A. That's sometimes enough raise to launch one satellite, and if you're lucky. So, so again, why we're typically tech first when we look at a lot of these companies, and even though it would be nice to look more closely at it, I think we're probably not really going to look at many of the sort of consumer focused space companies. So another reason why we're tech first.
Interesting. Yeah, I love that we've gotten three particular different answers already. Michael, why don't you jump in?
I'll give you a fourth one.
Yay.
Starbridge is very focused on the market definition.
Yeah.
We spend a lot of time with entrepreneurs doing the competitive analysis, understanding if there's actually a customer for what they're proposing. And we see that a lot in the space business. There are a lot of notional ideas about what a market might look like, 20 years in the future. But having gone through the internet cycle for deploying a globe scaling network, it never turns out the way you predicted it did 20 years ago. Whoever knew that cat pictures were going to be such a big thing. And so we do spend a lot of time with the entrepreneur understanding if the customer is really there. Starbridge has a mix of technical side people. So we have a couple of astronauts and I'm a recovering engineer, but we also have hedge fund managers on the team. And so for us, it's fairly easy to look at the tech and say, yes, this can be done. No, it can't. Yes, it can be done, but it's an engineering challenge. And so what that looks like. What we find that a lot of our pitches struggle with is characterizing the market, understanding that market's fundamental motivations, and also looking for where the threats are coming from adjacent technologies and adjacent capabilities. And a perfect example is we have a lot of in-space servicing companies talking about satellite servicing, but then you could easily see, when Northrop Grumman comes in and says, nope, we're going to do that. It does affect things. You have to you can't expect the prime to sit on the sidelines forever. And so there's a lot of the things you have to be aware of. The dancing with elephants is dangerous. So.
A lovely way to put it. I had that feeling when I read that Lockheed Martin had decided they were going to get into the refueling business. Mm-hmm. And I thought, oh no, there goes my buddies at Orbit Fab. Too bad for them. But then the following week, Lockheed announced that Orbit Fab was the way that they were going to be getting into that business. So talk about that. Dancing with elephants, sometimes it's a great ride, right? So how do you kind of anticipate which end of that deal you're going to be on?
And a lot of times it depends on the timeline of what it's going to take, both for the company to get to the point to have a product or a service, but also for the market to be ready for it. In-space refueling requires not only, it is one of the classic chicken and egg problems of no one's going to refuel their satellite if there's no gas station. Nobody builds a gas station if there's nothing to refuel. Yeah. And so in those cases, there are a lot of solutions out there. And one of them is to find a partner that's willing to impersonate either the chicken or the egg. And in this case, you can do that sometimes with a prime. And that really works out, but you've got to realize that a Tyrannosaurus Rex is also, an ancestor of a chicken, and so you may be dancing with the chicken that might eat you, and that's the risk. And we've seen that happen a lot. And so you have to have a reason. Another example that's going on right now is a lot of conversations around in-orbit compute capability at significant scale. And so anybody that's working on that has to understand that the large cloud players can easily move into that market, and you have to understand their motivations for wanting to work with you. And so again, these are not technical conversations. They are markets, motivations. Does your partner really have a partnership in mind, and that kind of thing. So these are a lot of the conversations that we have internally within Starbridge when we evaluate somebody is, what does that competitive landscape look like? Why is your partner, what are they getting out of working with you?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, some of those conversations are rarely they are difficult. And sometimes they can get contentious because you're asking some really hard questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go back around the group, starting with Carie, about what's going well in space investing and what's an investment you're particularly proud of so far.
Well, I think there's a lot going on. I don't really talk about my personal investments yet. That's one of the beauties of being an angel, is you don't have to.
Yeah.
And I think, from my perspective, there are a lot, one of the most important things is that the space industry is attracting new talent and really diverse talent. And we need to do a better job at that, but we're seeing a big difference between where we were 5 or 10 years ago. And so to me, when you get different people thinking about complex problems in diverse ways, you're going to get more interesting solutions. And that, of course, provides an opportunity for investment. So I think as an angel, talking to founders, talking to technical folks, and being able to hear some of the innovative ideas, they're all over the place if you're willing to listen. And I think, the example that you just talked about with Orbit Fab, which is a fantastic company, went through the TechStars program and is doing great things, actually has flight heritage, which I think is a really important part of being in the space industry, is not tell me what you're going to do, but show me what you have done already. And Orbit Fab is one of the few to be able to say that they've done that. Being able to find them, if you found Orbit Fab and were be able to invest in them 5 years ago, or I don't know that they were around 5 years ago, but at least 3 years ago, finding those cases now is what's most important.
Is there somebody that you wish you could have invested that you couldn't, and what was maybe the reason?
Well, wouldn't we all have, maybe some of the other panelists have invested in SpaceX? That would be fantastic. Yeah. I think, again, I don't think about it that way. I don't, as an investor, I don't like to look at, the runs we haven't hit. I look at the runs that we're going to hit and that are in the process of being hit. And that's just my take on it. So I'm really excited about a lot of companies I've worked with and continue to work with and have invested in, and like to see them grow. And ask me in 10 years and I'll probably have a better answer for you.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Raphael was sort of saying the same thing. It's just too early, even though we've been at it for 20 years with commercial space. It's just not much of a portfolio quite yet. We're getting there though. Jeff, talk about what's going well in space investing and something you're particularly proud of.
Well, I think to some degree, I'm happy to see a lot of generalist funds taking more of an interest in space and not viewing it as a single vertical, but a category that sits across a lot of different verticals. So really been impressed by a lot of the funds that are more typically focused on climate tech and understanding how big of a role space has to play in that. So, big thumbs up on that. And then what's one investment that I'm particularly proud of? It's actually the most recent investment that I had led was the seed round into a company called Zona Space Systems. So they're putting up a constellation of LEO sats for high precision and secure GNSS, effectively. I'm I'm particularly excited about it because there's a massive scale to what they're attempting to do, which is cover the globe with this, with an upgrade of what used to be GPS. That really is the backbone of so many technologies we use every single day. So I think it's really exciting from that perspective, but also the team is just absolutely brilliant and has done a lot on a shoestring budget. So that I think is really impressive. And then the last part is they've just been really good at getting a lot of non-dilutive funding, like grant money, which is just something we've always seen as like a good correlating factor to eventually outsized outcomes. So I think that's probably good advice for just about any space tech company out there.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned sort of riding that climate wave. And Lisa, when you talk about traction, that must be one of the areas where you see opportunity. Tell us about what's going well in the industry and something you're particularly proud of.
Yeah, well, Jeff's comment is so poignant on climate change investors. This has been a bugaboo of mine, is they don't always understand that it's a direct correlation to the space industry, that we can bring back data on climate change, and space is the technology to do it. So we really want to bring more climate change investors into the fold to tell that story. And I'm glad that Jeff is meeting some of them. I'm happy to see more investors trying to learn and get involved in the industry. There's so much to learn. And we are seeing these later stage organizations, institutionals coming and looking at deals very, very early. So it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. They're coming in early, but it actually is creating pressure on the companies to speak the language of the later stage investor and have, for example, the financial modeling out of financials to be much more sophisticated than they might be earlier on in a company's development. So I think it's a good thing because it's a discipline that these companies can scale very quickly and they need to develop that capability. But it's not necessarily something they're all prepared for, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we all have to get on the same page and speak the same language. So it's wonderful to see later stage companies coming in. Some of the negatives are that we have some large firms that are learning about space deals that may not be make a lot of sense, and then starting to promote those deals to long-term space investors that say, why are you even running a deal like this? This doesn't make any sense. And then they say, oh, I thought space was a big thing. And so if they don't understand the principles of early stage, what you typically see, the modeling out of an early stage company, and they're used to later stage, then they don't, there's just a disconnect sometimes. So just really want to keep educating and bringing the later stage firms into the fold with more understanding of what they should expect in looking at space companies. We know that they can all scale if they're properly executing. Companies can scale very quickly, but that doesn't mean an early stage company should start out of the gate saying that their first raise should be hundreds of millions of dollars. You have to start somewhere and build. And so that's the sanity I'd love to see brought back into play, because we're seeing a little bit of insanity out there.
Yeah. You talked about vocabulary and educating these groups of investors and trying to speak the same language. In a similar situation in oil and gas, there was an opportunity for people noticing this new formation. And finally, the state geologist in North Dakota said, we will call this the such and such formation. And you will all do that. And everybody was like, oh, thank you, because we were calling it this, they were calling it that. Is there any kind of regulatory body that can help you in defining some of this terminology and getting everybody on the same page? Michael's already laughing. Lisa. Sorry, I wanted to get Lisa's thoughts on that.
Well, It's the trusted capital group that was created to accelerate as a national security capability, companies that advance national security capabilities. The idea was to have safe capital available for space companies. And in conversations with them, we were at the Space Sector Market Conference in Boston. They were talking about the lack of guidelines and clarity for early stage companies, and how there might be requirements that, great diligence is done, and what, how do we clarify these things so there are guidelines? I can't say it really exists right now. It's more of an understanding when you're involved and active in the community, that you have a sense of what you should be doing for diligence and the process that you should be adhering to as you grow.
Great. And Michael, come in and tell us, back up a little bit before you get to talk about that. Tell us about what's going well in the industry and something you're particularly proud of.
What's going well is once you get to some kind of level of product market fit, in order to be able to do that, the team has to be of a certain level to be able to get the market to provide the proof of that fit.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we come in. And sometimes that's at pre-seed, and sometimes that, we wait until the A round to come in.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing is the industry now is attracting enough corporate level people that have startup experience enough to be able to build out the teams to do that. So across our portfolio, all companies are struggling to attract talent, but they are increasingly able to attract C-suite talent when they need it, because other people in the industry are looking at the space sector. This is a growth opportunity. And those new executives are coming in, are able to do the due diligence on the companies. Looking at some of the people that have recently joined Link, the people that are joining Axiom, at the C-suite level, you're able to attract people from outside the industry in. It's further down the employment timeline stack that we're having problems across the industry. I think we're gonna have to start poaching people from other industries, which is I've seen some people start to do.
Yeah.
So what's going well in our portfolio? Lisa originally introduced us to the Axiom team. Link, Umbra, those guys are doing well. There's always the deal you wanted to get into. Starbridge was founded in 2017. If we had been around a little bit earlier, we would have probably actually done a couple of launch investments, but we just didn't start in time. Now we tend to avoid it. I won't say that these are opportunities that we missed because of judgment. One of the things that happens in venture capital is it's kind of frowned on to be raising and deploying and then raising again at the same time. So there's a timing issue that sometimes you just can't get into the deal because you don't have the cash in hand, or it's already allocated. So there's some things out there I wish I had gotten into, but it just didn't happen at the time. We maybe participate later. There's enough deals coming in that we think that we're good for, probably around fund 8 or 9. I might start worrying about, where the good deals are going to coming from. But right now I'm kind of good. I'm trying to close 6 of them within the next 3 to 4 weeks. And the one request I have for all the entrepreneurs out there is, please don't raise in the fall. It makes Christmas suck. So.
But they need that paycheck.
They need that paycheck, and they're ruining my Thanksgiving.
So you just touched on something I wanted to just briefly ask about, and that's, what can you tell us about the sources of your funding and how passionate they are about space versus just wanting to invest in a variety of vehicles?
It's a mix, and I think everybody here is going to have a different mix, given who Hemisphere raises from, who we raise from, even Seraphim is going to have a different mix. In our case, we are at the typical stage for a traditional emerging VC fund that we're still in the level of individuals and family offices. Fund 3, we're going to be getting into institutionals. I do have a fair number of LPs who have said the allocation that I'm giving you is specifically to pay for my trip to space.
Ah.
And yeah, that there's no pressure there, because you're
No
realizing
pressure.
yeah, because this is not just
triangle.
right. This is not just a financial decision for them. They're putting their dreams in your hands, and so there's an extra level there. We do have a fair number of people who come from the industry, who are angel level investors that we bring into the fund to give them access to deals that they normally couldn't get access to. And as a fund manager, we're personally kind of dedicated to making sure there's some portion of our fund that's still available to space sector investors who have been in it for a long time, as kind of a way to pay back to the industry to give people access to these deals. We're getting family offices that some of them are looking at it from a purely strategic standpoint. They want the exposure. Some of them, it's because someone in the family has always had an interest in it. So it runs the gamut. We are starting to find people that are looking at the sector both from a diversification across the technology sector. It's another technology sector that isn't as highly correlated as the rest. It's definitely, as we saw throughout last year and this year, these are the two best years in space from a financial standpoint, but it was during the pandemic. And so a lot of people saw the fact that most space companies have a nice mix of commercial and government.
Yeah.
And so depending on what's going on in the larger economy, space companies generally are able to look over the kind of day-to-day cycle that goes on with the rest of the economy.
Thank you. I want to get back to something that was mentioned a few times in all of your opening comments. There's a lot of collaboration, comparing notes. There's a small community of space investing. In some cases, you're even investing in each other. How is that helpful and how is that detrimental? Is it groupthink or just the only way to survive in such a risky market? Carie, do you want to kick that discussion off?
Keep having me go first. I want to my colleagues have to say, because they have much more interesting thoughts than my own. I mean, from an angel's perspective, angel investors do collaborate in a lot of different ways. For example, I live in Colorado and we have a number of angel groups here. I do work with one called Denver Angels. And one of the ways that we have worked together is just going back to sort of the previous conversation, is explaining, we all have different expertise in different industries. And I happen to be one that's worked in aerospace. So explaining some of the investment opportunities, why they may be good, why they might be bad, being able to do the deeper dive in something that we understand a little better. I'm thinking of one investment in particular where I was able to say, like, who are they selling to? Oh, that company's growing like gangbusters and are going to need this specific product. Like, heck yeah, I want to invest. And being able to explain that to others who's like, oh, I wouldn't have thought about it that way. And obviously vice versa for the industries where they're focused on and where their expertise lies. I think you also have obviously the abilities with AngelList to be able to invest together as well, which is, can be really useful. I'd say watch out for the fees, but I don't say that too loudly because I'm on a panel with people who have a lot, who survive via fees as well. So I think that it's really exciting. And I think for people who aren't sure how, or, if they could be, and I will share the story of how I became an angel investor. Was a friend of mine said, write a check. And I said, well, how could I possibly? I don't really know what I'm doing. All of the self-sabotaging that we can do sometimes, until my friend, she said, just write a check and see what happens. And obviously do your best, but look at the company and all those types of things. And I'm so glad she pushed me to do that, because I realized I mean, I don't know everything, but none of us do. And sometimes you just need to get in. And I think having other angel investors in our community support that kind of notion, recognizing that you may lose your money. That is always an option. It's not one we're looking for, but with that acknowledgement, recognizing that there could be huge benefits as well. And if you want to play, get on this ride and go for it. I can't think of a better industry in which to do it than space, because I just love space.
Thank you. Jeff, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think the way we view it is, I suspect all of us sitting around the table right now are sort of in privileged positions, being that we're space specialist investors. And I think, we can then serve as sort of a leadership role, even if we're not technically leading around.
Yeah.
But we can serve a leadership role in terms of co-opting others outside of the space industry, stakeholders on the market side. And so I think it's really, really important to collaborate as investors within space tech. I can't tell you how many times it really was beneficial to bring in, like an automotive OEM to a round, or an agricultural insurance company to a round, or because it really helps a company build, their learning, and also it helps validate in the eyes of investors from outside of the space industry as well.
Lisa.
Yeah, I think to Jeff's point, and your question about diligence and groupthink is a question I always want to know is who are other people talking to? So much of venture is the network and the knowledge that's gained through a network, and that's really how Hemisphere has grown and operated since we started, was growing a diligence network. And so I think that for companies seeking funding, they have to know that if they're dealing with a firm that is very knowledgeable in the sector, that probably the information presented should be very honest, because we can read through what we're seeing and connecting the dots to know what makes sense and what doesn't, because of the network, right? So I always want to know, well, who are you talking to that we haven't talked to, if we didn't come to the same conclusion about wanting to invest, or the weaknesses we might have seen, you saw strength, tell us more. So I think that that's one of the wonderful things about this field is the communication channels that we have. And I'm continually happy to see the investors sharing information, sharing resources. Most recently, there was a group that contacted me and said, well, we're going to do a fund, and we have people that are all engineers that are going to vet, our investments. And I thought, okay, well, that's one piece of what you need to diligence a space company, but that's you kind of need a lot more than that, So you really, this sector is so multifaceted. One of the things that I enjoy in my work in relationship with Starbridge, for example, is that we both have these legislative relationships, and we can understand what's happening in authorization and appropriations that all trickles down to whether what a company is telling us makes sense on budgets or funding that they expect to get on a technology or a future capability. So I think, having a regulatory and legislative perspective is important, in addition to the technology understanding. Just so many facets are involved in coming to these conclusions about where your money is invested.
Yeah, that's fascinating that someone thought they could do it with just engineers. Michael, what do you think about that?
Being a recovering engineer, I would think that having all of your engineers make an investment decision is a good way to lose a lot of money real fast. I was just at the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium meeting on Wednesday on a VC panel and a NIAC Space Settlement Workshop on a VC panel. The number one message I was trying to give both organizations was stop talking about your technology and start telling me about your customers, to which point everyone in the room said, we don't have any yet. Yeah. I have to second the sentiment. I talk to everybody up here on a regular basis. We talk about deals. We've invested through Hemisphere and vice versa. We've worked with Space Fund and vice versa. And this is something that I do tell a lot of entrepreneurs at pitch events is don't make stuff up. We know who to pick up the phone and call. And I'm glad that I saved a Japanese VC fund about $10 million by just simply picking up the phone and calling. And I think that's something that's very valuable. At the same time, both to Jeff and Lisa's point, we also work hard at bringing in other VCs and other organizations to help us evaluate, whether it's a battery company that has a relationship with an automotive company. That automotive company up in Canada has provided some valuable support. Temasek being involved in Orbital Sidekick, bringing them into Southeast Asia. It's something that you don't want just a pure VC cap table, a pure space VC cap table. You want that diversity, and we'll go out and find other funds sometimes to bring into those things. It's diversity of viewpoint. I was happy to be next to Lightship Capital out of Cincinnati at the LSIT conference, and we need diversity of viewpoints as much as possible, because it's I've seen in VC before, it's very easy to start fooling yourself if you keep talking to the same people, the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
And for the record, Michael and I don't always agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, well, there was a company that we had we have a different viewpoint on when some products might come to market, and I'm not really, it wasn't so much this major disagreement, but I'm not so much into the future of our power opportunities with power, and so I'm not as conversant in it. Michael is more conversant, and so they jumped on something that we said, well, let's look at that in 5 years and see where they're at, because some of these are challenging opportunities because the CapEx is high. How many years will it be till they have their first proof point? And if the risk is that it's all investor dollars for X number of years until if it's going to happen or not, it's a challenge. But you have to always ask the what if question. We were the ones to say, what if Axiom Space gets the exclusive rights to the port on the ISS? If they do, this is a game changer, and thankfully they got it. But you had to take that risk, right? So it's always the risk reward scenario.
Yeah, I think one of the examples that Lisa's talking about is some of the things we've looked at recently with fusion. And I think some of the news that's come out is that there are people that are willing to give it a try. Hilarion, and then Commonwealth, which is currently raising. We're putting a little bit into that one, and then made it available out to a lot of our co-investors that personally wanted to be into it. So portfolio management when it comes to risk is something that we all have to deal with quite a bit. You can put a small amount of money into something to give yourself the optionality to participating later. And I think that's one of the things that we look at with power, and why we're looking at. But we had another one, fusion propulsion, that we decided to step back and wait a little bit on. And so, depending on when you come in, and sometimes, like I said, it has more to do with how much capital you have. Like somebody was asking me the other day, so if I come in with something with 10x, you'll invest in it? Like, well, no. If I've got two other companies and they're going to, potentially give me a 20 to 30x, yeah, sorry, I have to say no to you because of the better opportunity. So that's the floor, not the guarantee. So the same thing applies. I can have a good, very interesting fusion deal on the horizon, but if I have other better short-term opportunities with lower risk, I just have to go with them. So
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I wanted to comment just briefly, if I can, about just we've seen so many reports about the value of the space sector and how it's growing. And I think that a lot of early stage companies grab those numbers and put them in their deck and say, we're going to be several $100 million a year in our total address. It's a formula that Silicon Valley started many, many years ago, right? Is that the total addressable market should be huge. But it's kind of taken this data point, and data points in the space industry are showing up in materials saying, well, this is why you should invest, because Planet is now worth X billion dollars and this other space company is worth X billion dollars. Therefore, we're a space company and invest in us. And so I think seeing trying to make those correlations is it's a little corruptive, I think, for early stage companies to be presenting that, saying this is the opportunity. We're going to be multi-billion dollars because of these other success stories, and you have to build your own success story.
Yeah, no, I think that's very apt and has been around for indeed a long time. So many other questions I want to ask. I have to start limiting them because we only have 10 minutes left. Talk a little, you're already in a risky industry, already with high capital, long-term time frames. Talk a little bit about the pandemic, supply chain, labor market problems. How are those felt yet, or are they just a little bit of noise that you can't even feel because your main problems are big enough that So Lisa, while you're on screen, go ahead and start.
Oh, sure. Well, they are important issues, and in the case of my company Explore, we were awarded a $2 million contract with the National Security Innovation Capital Group that specifically is understanding this problem, and they're giving the funds to companies that, in our case, to accelerate the development of our X-Craft spacecraft so that we can buy hardware now. Mm-hmm. That's the point of it, is get ahead of the lag time by ordering it right now. And so I think that we're also looking to manage the supply chain issues with collaborating with other companies that might be the possibility of having compounding orders, maybe on components. We're really trying to have out of the box thinking here to come at this from a point of strength. And so it's a very real situation. And in our case, we're very fortunate that we're being advanced by this contract to buy hardware right away because lead times can be long and disconcerting.
No, great example. Jeff?
So yes, I mean, it's, the pandemic and supply chain issues have definitely rippled through quite a few of our companies. One of the things that, we did very early on, into the pandemic was ask everybody to come back to us with their pandemic plan and what that looked like. So I think we were able to sort of mitigate a lot of those effects early on, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of issues around lead times on components we need for some of our, satellites. But I mean, one of the things that's still sort of the larger pain point for anything being launched into space is still actually launch. So there's not like a great enough cadence for it to be, a small risk to any kind of a startup. A 4-month delay because you get pushed to, another launch. It can have like serious ramifications for startups. So, in the big picture of things, it's the pandemic didn't affect our companies as bad as I thought it would. Yeah. It was actually the risks we would normally look at that were more impactful.
Yeah, yeah. Carie, I noticed you nodding and smiling at some of those comments. Why don't you jump in?
Just on those comments, Jeff, I love what you said. And particularly, I think in the space industry, whenever a company tells me we're going to do A, B, and C by a certain date, add 6, 12, 18, 36 months, depending on how big it is. And particularly, as was alluded to, if they don't own the launch vehicle, then, they really don't have the control. So I think in terms of supply chain, the companies I work with, it's definitely been an issue, but there's so many other issues. So I was just agreeing with what Jeff said. But I think, if we look at the last 18 months, we think about the pandemic, but it'd be remiss if I didn't bring up also the social justice movement and what has gone on. And for people who are involved in space Twitter, space Twitter gets excited about different things. Last week, industry leader had a really misogynistic text. Some people just thought it was a joke and it's funny. For a lot of people, that was simply not the case. And so I think as an industry, we're in like most industries are kind of grappling with what this means. And it's something that is, I believe that leaders really need to think about, particularly around their workforce, not only in hiring, but in retaining as well. We've seen allegations of some pretty terrible things. Again, they're allegations and not everyone's experiences, but people leave when those kinds of things happen. It's one of the reasons that we started the Z Factor Fellowship, was to build a more diverse aerospace industry by bringing people from underrepresented communities and allowing them to define what that means, not us. So I think that is something that all leaders at every level of the industry really need to focus on to continue to build this robust industry that is going to make, not to sound grandiose, but to make a better, more livable planet for us all here on Earth and then beyond.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about your work. It's not just aerospace engineers that you're working on diversity through the Z Factor Fellowship, but also leadership teams and boards. So talk just a little bit about that work.
So absolutely, we want to have a more diverse, inclusive industry just because it'll be better. It'll have better ideas. It'll meet challenges differently, both bringing people in at the more entry level, but also from the top down too, and looking at board membership, and been working with a number of organizations to create incentives for boards to hold spots for first-time female and minority board members, because obviously decisions get made at all sorts of levels, and you want to have that diversity of thought and opinions at all levels, not just at the ones that are slowly coming up.
Great, wonderful. Michael, I think we were on where were we?
I do want to respond to something that Carie just said in terms of diversity in the workforce, but one of the things that when I was at Maston Space Systems, and we, as early as possible, set up an internship program. Something we talked to a lot of our portfolio companies about is, at what point can we get you to set up an internship program? Because that's one of the ways that across the industry is the easiest way to fill up our employment problems at the top of the funnel. Going back to when I was at Maston, and the number of people, these were high school students. These were 50-year-olds that were rebooting their career. It wasn't just college students. And now I look across the industry, and all of our former interns are now C-suite level people across the space industry. Yeah. And I would challenge all of my fellow investors on the Zoom call to get your portcos to, if they don't have an internship program, create one, because that's where you find your talent. A lot of times is you, especially if you are not looking at just college students taking the summer semester off. Mm-hmm. We did an internship cohort every single semester, and they were always packed with just the most interesting people you could ever find. Going back to your original question about the supply chains, it is something that where people are getting creative. The other supply chain, again, is talent. And I've seen some companies hiring people knowing that they were going to probably sit on their hands for a little while because they weren't quite ready, but it was the time to get the right person in. If you find the right person, get them in, because if you don't, somebody else is, and you'll lose the opportunity. But you know what, whether it's people or chips, it's, you got to get creative out there. The way we used to do business just ain't going to work.
All right, final thoughts. Why don't we start with Jeff?
Final thoughts. Yeah, I think one of the things that, I'm starting to find more and more interesting these days is, I think we've got a massive head start in the US in terms of space. And, obviously, the close sibling is UK and EU. But we're actually starting to look well beyond those borders because we see not only, like a talent arbitrage overseas, but, some rich heritage within space itself. So, we're definitely looking, over towards the APAC region now, specifically, India, for example, where there's tons and tons of talent there right now, and it's still early on, but budding, and I like how the ecosystem there is really rallying around that small cohort of companies that hopefully will grow into the future. So yeah, I think looking in areas that we typically wouldn't look is really interesting and fun for me right now.
Thank you, Jeff. Lisa?
I think that one of the things that is needed and is happening in the space sector, but we want to see more of it, is the partnership opportunities that companies are working together to be more collaborative. To the point about the supply chain issue, it is a time to come together and work together. And so we've kind of let out that message and have had a great response of companies saying, yeah, how can we work together on the perspective of operating a space company. On the investor side, I think that I'm happy to see a flow of new information, of new companies forming. We just want to advise as we can. In many cases, we might say it's time to go to an accelerator to make sure if you're so early that you've got some more mentorship and guidance to approach the problem properly and maybe have the business case worked on a little bit. So we do try and advise and be candid with companies, and it's for their benefit. We're not trying to be tough on them, but we want to see everybody grow and be successful in this industry. So we're not afraid to share that advice when needed, and also to, as Michael had mentioned, to connect them with people that can help them. So that's just a value add that Hemisphere will continue to provide or explore because of just wanting to grow the sector and make it healthier for everyone.
Thank you, Lisa. Carie, final thoughts?
Well, I think I sort of shared my view on all of this, but I really appreciate the fact that we can have these kinds of conversations. And I think, one of the issues that the industry is seeing in terms of the public messaging and is this just for billionaires? Is it just for the elite? Or is the space industry going to be for, to sound cheesy, but all mankind or all humankind, I should more correctly say. So I love that we're having this conversation, and I'm hoping that we can get more people investing in it, because the more people that invest in the space industry, the more people that are attuned to what's going on, the better the industry can serve humankind, which is what ultimately, as cheesy as it may sound, it is what we're all here to do.
Thank you. Michael, why don't you close us out?
Sure. Thank you. This has been a great panel. I'm looking forward to the day soon where we can start having space-focused capital conferences where we all get together and we do this in one place the way we used to a long time ago in other sectors. That would be fun. There are a few things that we've been trying to get out to the market, and that's as VCs, we look. When you get into a VC, you start thinking these decadal kind of timeframes because that's how your funds are structured. And so we're all looking forward a few years to when our portcos can actually exit, what the markets look like. But most of the time, a lot of the companies that come to us, they're thinking very tactically in the short term because they've got to get through the quarter, they got to make payroll. And so it's there's a few things such as it's really difficult to find anybody in the sector that's strategically looking past what Starship might be able to deliver. What happens when the industry starts changing out from underneath you? What works right now, especially in an emerging market, may not work in 2 years. How do you respond to those structural changes when they happen? And that does go back to one of our the focus we have on who the customer is and what the value networks look like is, how easily are you replaced? What are your margins? And those are things that are very difficult to get across to the industry that's where we live. If the space sector is bringing us companies that are too short term, you become easy to replace and easy to disrupt. And I think that's one of the challenges that we find is right now the space sector is changing so fast. Even when it's our job to keep track of what's going on, it's incredibly difficult. So I think that's one of the places where all of us who are investors, we collaborate on, is because honestly, I don't think any of us can keep track of everything that's going on. So yeah, meetings like this, trading notes and educating the marketplace about what the investors are looking at can do nothing other than help increase the quality of the companies that come to us, but also increase the quality of the overall investor sector from angel all the way up to IPO. So yeah, we stay collaborative and we stay loosey-goosey, and we'll see what the market looks like in a few years.
Thank you so much, Michael. You four have made me feel like I got to dance with elephants and came out on top. So that was really fun. Thank you, Lisa, Jeff, Carie, and Michael.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Well, that closes our first day of Conversations for the Future, Space Money. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for more discussions. Tim, did you have any final comments?
No, this has been absolutely amazing and a perfect way to close out the day.
All right. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.